I did not realize that I wasn't live at the moment. I don't know what happened there. Live at the moment. Okay, so we should be good. I don't know. I must have hit something. Okay. Must have hit something. Here goes Microsoft looking for the follow through. Thanks. Okay, Microsoft trying to push a bit higher. All right, futures. Futures looking pretty good here. S&P 500 coming back off the low. Futures, okay, bouncing right at support. S&P bouncing right at support, 73.50. Okay. All right, so far bouncing at support. Mm-hmm. All right, Microsoft looking for a follow through. Dealers are trying to keep prices below 430. Microsoft. Okay, we'll move on. We'll keep an eye on Microsoft, but look at some of these other names like Workday pushing higher. Let's look at the daily on these charts. Workday breaking the downtrend. Okay, IGV. Okay, trending. All right, let me see my IGV position if I want to add to that. IGV. IGV, I should add to that, right? I got 25 calls. They're all June 18th, 95s, and I got 10 of the 100s. Okay, so that's good. IGV, I'll probably add to that one if this we get a nice little bounce. I'd like to see Oracle do a little bit more. Oracle, it is flat for now. Just went green, dipped a little bit below VWAP. Microsoft watching for that to do something. ARM Holdings, nice little bounce. ARM holding at the 21-day could run. Let's take a look at semis, SMH. A lot of talk about semis pulling back. There was some smart guy, I forget who they were talking about on what is it, Squawk Box or whatever. What did they talk about with Kramer? Anyway, Kramer talking about some smart dude was short. He came in with a lot of puts. Some new kid that has I don't know, did some venture capital and took a lot of the money and started shorting the markets, the semiconductors with puts, going long puts. Supposedly they're gonna have him on the show or something like that. His name is was it Leopold or something like that? Anybody catch CNBC this morning when they're talking about that? Semis are due for some consolidation. Okay. Going down the list, CSGP. Who is that? CSGP. That's not something I normally. CoStar Group. I don't normally trade this. I don't think I've traded this ever, actually. CoStar Group, CSGP, but it looks pretty good. Adobe. That's one David mentioned yesterday. That's following through. Adobe. Okay, finally breaking out. Adobe, finally breaking out. Okay, when is their earnings? Did they already report? Adobe? ADBE. Adobe. June 11th. All right, so June calls and Adobe. Let's see what those are going for. Adobe. There's a lot of open interest at 260 and 270. 260, 270, a vertical, or just should I just add to IGV? Probably should just add to IGV, right? Okay. Adobe, Apple pulling back in. Adobe consolidating up here. Okay. Yes, futures coming back down now. Futures coming back down. Watch futures, S&P. Okay. 73.50 is support. We got flat VWAP. We could have a doji day. That's would be possible. That would work, I guess. We have up down volume. Survey says up down volume 1-to-1, not bad. 1-to-1 across the board. Okay, so look for a doji day for now. Adobe continues this climb. Adobe. Adobe looking for the follow through. Okay, we're at the highs now. Microsoft. All right, looking for a higher low to print on Microsoft. Microsoft got to get above that 430 level and stay there. Okay, we got to get above 430. Okay, let me just pull this over here. 430. Okay. 430, 440 call wall, right? 430. 430. 430 call. Okay, 430 call wall. Okay, we're right at it right now. Okay. ARM Holdings, Palantir. Palantir getting a little traction. Intel, watching for something to happen on Intel. Microsoft. Oracle, higher lows. Oracle might get something going. All right, so the software group looks pretty good. Software group, I do want to add to this. I got 25 of these, 10 of these. I got 10 of the 100s, 25 of the 95s. Should I start rolling these out? It's only May. Oh, it's May 19th. All right, so got 30 days for these. Okay, Adobe. Adobe looks like it wants to go some more. Adobe looking good. ExxonMobil. Microsoft pulling back a little bit more. Let's see. ExxonMobil, what are the... Okay, these are pushing a bit higher. Apache. Okay. Okay, these are switching out. Okay, IT, Gartner Group, IT. That one looks pretty good. Gartner Group, IT, looks like it's about to break out of a flat base. Gartner. NATO to consider a Hormuz deployment if the strait does not open by July. Okay. All right. Let's get this over here where I can type at this. Okay. TE, looking for a follow through in TE. All right. Okay, looks good. TE. Thank you, Mondo. TE. Okay, Apple, Microsoft, those are fading. No follow through yet. Okay. Software. Microsoft looking for a push through this area. Microsoft. Okay. So it's contained right now. Bollinger Bands contain 99% of price action, 96% of price action. We're in the upper half. We're threatening this breakout level. We've hit this level 4 times now, 5 times. MACD's turned up. Momentum is clearly bullish. Stochastic's saying look for closes in the upper half of the daily range. So if we want to capitalize on that, we're looking for dips to get bought.
What is earnings and how strong the earnings have been, particularly around the AI themes, which are obviously some of the larger cap companies. The same thing within the Russell 2000, whereas its outperformance going back to October for the first time was on the back of better fundamentals, better earnings, not lower interest rates, which was the story between most of 2023 and the first half of 2025. Now, I would push back though and highlight that while the indices, which are obviously cap weighted and very much an AI index of the S&P 500, where you do see a deterioration from higher interest rates that literally began on February 27th was a market correct. And so while the S&P index has been climbing higher up until basically across the 10-year, also over the last 6 weeks or so. So any macro problem always starts off as a breadth problem before it becomes a systemic index problem. That's what we're seeing take place right now.
Okay, watching Microsoft, Apple, all right, futures, S&P 500, S&P. S&P is oversold right now. Looking at the daily S&P, stochastics has turned down, so this is a bit of a drag, a headwind that we're dealing with. 73.50. AMD pulling back. Looks like, yeah, AMD looks like it's going to continue lower. Apple, Microsoft looking for higher lows. Adobe software rotating in. Money coming out of semis. The short term looks like money will continue to come out of chips for now. What's Intel doing? Intel is off as well. Intel's coming back to the 21-day. There's not any really big trades on level 2 right now for Microsoft or Apple. There's not a whole lot of big trades, so we'll see if that picks up. Intel continues to drop. Watch the chips. Chips appear to be weak. Not surprising. It's had quite a run. NVIDIA. Let's see what NVIDIA is doing. NVIDIA. All right, so we got NVIDIA earnings tomorrow after the close. All the New York Fangs are off a bit right now. New York Fangs. All right, so New York Fangs are fading as well. 21-day is right there. Okay, so the last couple of weeks, we took some profits off the table, reassessed the markets. We were looking for to reduce our exposure, especially in the chips, because the chips have been running for so long that they were needing a consolidation. Doesn't mean we're going to crash. It just means that we need some consolidation. So we're starting to see that, especially this morning, stocks like AMD pulling back. AMD. Okay, let's look at Compass. Okay, so these are looking pretty. Okay, AMD, Amazon, Goldman. What are the banks doing on there? Bitcoin. Okay, these are all fairly expensive. Calls are still fairly expensive. Snowflake. Okay. AMD still pulling back. Snowflake gapping up this morning. Okay, ServiceNow also gapping up. Software names. Money rotating out of chips, it looks like. Netflix looks like it wants to keep going. People are not paying attention to Netflix. Okay, so Netflix above the 90 level. So we should see a move, continuation. Okay, Adobe turning back up again. NVIDIA back down. So semis definitely seeing some weakness in the semiconductors. Tesla's down. Okay, AAOI and IONQ both look pretty good there for a few. Now they're turned back down. Netflix looking for more upside. Netflix. All right, so looking for more upside. Netflix. Okay, Adobe software stocks looking pretty good. Adobe at the high here. Adobe. All right, ServiceNow. Okay. Snowflake. Okay, these are all looking good. Okay, a little selling first thing this morning. Mostly in the chips. Okay, so if you got chips, maybe you take some off, unless you got a lot of time. If you got like September, October options or December, something like that, you could probably weather the storm. But for now, chips, short-term options, puts are being bought. Okay, all the New York Fangs are off right now. So this is what was helping a great deal. Now that some of this money is rotating out, we want to make sure that we have some bullish. We want to see bullish breadth. Okay, so this is still looking okay. Small caps, mid caps, not so much. But NASDAQ 100 so far looks okay. S&P looks okay. Just okay. Let's look at the S&P. The number of stocks trading above the 20-day will give us a clue. Okay, this still pointing upward a little bit. This could turn and flatten out. Number of stocks above the 50-day, that's definitely turning out a little bit. So it looks like the New York Fangs are having an impact. It's 37% of the weight of the S&P 500. So that's not surprising that we would see a little slowdown in breadth. Let's look at the New York Stock Exchange, 2,400 components. 2,400 components. Okay, advanced decline is turned over. So this is telling you caution. Okay. Red elder sticks. So the New York Stock Exchange, whenever you're in doubt, okay, see we're below the red, below the zero line here. So this is telling us that the next couple of weeks could be a little bit more softness in the markets. 2,400 components, about 70% are U.S. based companies, about 25% are American depository receipts, and the rest are tracking funds and REITs. All right, futures continue to move lower. Futures. Okay, futures are still lower at the moment. Okay, so we got some support right in this area, looking for a bounce again. Adobe, what's Adobe doing? Adobe buyers at the low of the day. Adobe. Okay, here's Adobe. Okay, Adobe. Adobe. Just now changing trends. What's VIX doing? VIX. All right. VIX is still pretty tame. VIX. Nike running off the low. All right, so Nike turning off the low. Okay, that looks good. Double bottom. Watch Nike. That might get something going here. What's retail doing? XRT. Okay, double bottom on XRT. Okay, let's look at Walmart. Walmart with earnings. Walmart about to break out. Earnings. Yeah, Walmart looks good. 130. Walmart. They report on Thursday, right? Walmart. Don't they report on Thursday? Yeah, Thursday. Walmart. Walmart earnings. Thursday. Okay, Adobe starting to fade a little bit from the high. All right, Apple still no follow through. Microsoft just sitting here. Intel starting to bounce now. Futures starting to bounce. We've got support in this area. Got a 99 percentile right there. Probably touch it. .99 percentile. Support. Okay, so early dip. You know that most of the morning session is, some amateurs. Of course, there's a lot of professionals too that trade, but um, the institutions generally will come in the evening session. We do have, prop firms like S&B Capital that'll be trading this morning. We're looking for this bounce in this area, 73.50, 73.30. Okay, just watching. Okay, futures are starting to turn a little bit right now. It could turn out to be a doji day, a whipsaw, just looking at price action and the dealer hedge flows, creating a sine wave, SINE, sine wave to the right, peaks and valleys, just sideways. And the reason why I say that is because up down volume is 1-to-1 basically. It's 2-to-1 on the Qs right now. So Q is getting a little bit more selling, but NASDAQ composite 2-to-1. But the New York Stock Exchange at the bottom of a range, if you look at the New York Stock Exchange again, New York Stock Exchange, NYA. Okay, 2,400 components. This is the lower part of this range. And that's at 1.5. So it's not a lot of selling. You can see some buyers showing up at the low of the day. Stochastics is oversold. MACD is oversold. We could get a bounce here. Okay, Stochastics oversold on the 1-minute chart. Okay, starting to rise a bit. So I wouldn't get too crazy. Adobe fading a little bit right now. Not that active right now. Bitcoin is down to the 50-day. Bitcoin's not giving us much to go on. Looks pretty weak, Bitcoin. So the Clarity Act passed and they sold the news. Okay, what's Netflix? The Netflix is off the high. Netflix. Okay, watching for futures to bounce a bit more. Nothing to go on at the moment. Intel trying to bounce. Oracle trying to bounce here. Oracle. Software. I'm just going to wait a few more minutes to see if we catch a bid or not. Looking for that hedge flows to turn up, catch a bid. 99 percentile right there at 73.30, just below. Okay. Netflix looking for a bounce, holding up fairly well. Looking for Microsoft and Apple to bounce as well. Amazon, Google are off. Google looks like it's seeing a little bit of profit taking, or rather a little short covering. Okay, NVIDIA, nothing. Got earnings tomorrow after the close. Energy, looks like that's going to follow through. Energy. Okay, energy. Let's see what ExxonMobil is doing. I do have a position in Exxon. That's pushing a bit higher. That's helping weather the storm. Okay. ExxonMobil. Okay, that's up a little bit. Wells Fargo. What are the banks doing? Banks, Morgan Stanley, another dip, Morgan Stanley. Inside of this consolidation hasn't moved yet. Been looking for this to break higher. Got rejected last week on Thursday. SpaceX IPO should the prospectus should come out sometime this week, right? Anybody know about that? Anybody hear about the SpaceX IPO prospectus? I know Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs are the leads on this, so that could cause some upside, some interest, some bullish activity. All right, so the markets are just right now, we're just telling us to sit tight and wait. Okay, what's Nike doing? Nike, see a big trade on Nike out in June. Nike. Okay. Ba, 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 ba. Nike. Okay, Nike. All right, Microsoft, that's being a dog right now, shaking people out. Microsoft. No breakout in Microsoft yet. Nike, there's a pretty big, couple of big open interest positions in June. Let's go take a look at that again. Nike out in June. Okay, 14,000 contracts traded at the 45 strike. Okay, watch Nike here. Okay, decided to bite on that. $1.15. That's a 37 delta. That's on the edge of what I would normally buy. I usually like around a 40 delta or higher, 40 to 50 delta. But there's a lot of open interest and a lot of contracts trading at the 45 strike. Donna Bobana. Let's see.
All she has to do is sell what she no longer wears. She just snaps, lifts, and sells her pre-loved pieces. And with zero selling fees, she keeps every dollar she earns. Don't wear it? Sell it. Download Vinted. If you could awaken your space,
Daily.
what would that look like?
Okay.
Rooms that let the light in. Nooks that feel like a deep bed. A true retreat that says, welcome, stay a long while. intention, designed to renew your space, and beautifully named. Goals. The things you dream about and hope will finally do. Your big goals have never
All right, so I'm just sitting tight. I'm not doing a whole lot right now. Just waiting for the markets to show us and give us a few more signals to trade off of. Right now, the markets are just flat. Looking for a doji day. Looking for Apple to turn back up. Microsoft making a new low here. Microsoft's being a dog.
Space is officially live. It's a customizable platform to help you make investment decisions faster. So I have been thinking, and of course we've been talking a lot about memory companies recently, specifically Micron, which has just been a monster performer. And that's because the memory chip business
Note the 40 strike is 42.50 as well. Open interest.
over the past year. It's also been on my mind because, of course, NVIDIA is about to report, and so we may get it as the latest company to comment on what's going on with memory. What's interesting, too, is that Micron is sort of where NVIDIA was several years ago when it first became clear just how much generative AI demand was going to mean for NVIDIA. Now we're seeing that same kind of transition with Micron. So while, like, you know, a giant like NVIDIA is up about
XRT.
and the momentum has been really strong until the last couple of days. So I've also created your basket of some other memory stocks. But Micron is falling again today with some of the other competitors here, including Seagate, whose CEO made some comments at a conference yesterday that created a little bit of this stalling of momentum. We're going to talk about that more in just a minute. And then the next question I think to ask is, will this momentum keep going? So on the side here, we can ask Yahoo Scout, which is our AI model. We can ask it questions. So what's the average price target from analysts?
Okay, can we get some more lift here? We're starting to lift a little bit off the low here. Adobe getting a bounce. Looks like Apple's turning. Maybe we'll catch a bid in Microsoft. Energy holding up fairly well. Got a Doji up here at the high on ExxonMobil. Apache, the watch list, a lot of energy names on the watch list, SEI. Okay, that's moving a bit lower. Solar energy, solar stocks, T1 Energy. Big trade yesterday, a 13F coming out. Big trade coming off on T1 Energy. A big whale. Bought, what was it, 10 million shares? Let's see. Okay, 7 is some definite resistance on T1 Energy. Nike looking pretty good. Watch Nike. Okay, 60-minute candle on the futures looks pretty bearish. Let's take a look at sectors. XLB still dropping off. XLC communications, that's Meta, Netflix, etc. That's helping Google. Google looking for a base up here. Google somewhere just north of the gap up right in this zone, watching Google for a base. I want to get back into Google, but I'm looking for this base to continue. You can see RSI is starting to trail off right now. MACD stochastics rolling over. A little bit of selling, a little profit taking at the highs. See the same thing in semiconductors. Okay, so semis. Do we get a bounce here? Let's look at Intel. Intel got NVIDIA earnings tomorrow. No takers on NVIDIA. Interesting. Maybe we'll get a run end of day NVIDIA. Again, I would suggest that if you have short-term options and we get another bounce like we had yesterday, gave you an opportunity to get out or to reduce your exposure, maybe change your focus from chips. If you were focused totally on chips or the New York FANG, the Mag 7, maybe looking at some software names because these are all turning the corner. Adobe, Workday, ServiceNow, Snowflake. Okay, Microsoft, although Microsoft's off a little bit right now, trying to break through this 430 area. We do get through, okay, Microsoft's drifting a bit lower right now. So Microsoft is being a dog at the moment, catching a lot of people that bought that high, most likely. Looking for a dip to get bought, though. Software looks fine. Oracle, another one. Oracle moving lower. Well, these are not cooperating. Oracle looking for a bounce. Okay, longer term. Oracle, Micron, chips are off. Okay, XLK. Let's see what XLK. So we left off with communications. Netflix. All right, that's above 90. Should and could get to 93. That's where the call walls are, 90 and 93. Energy, of course, we talked about energy breaking higher. So you want to have some exposure to energy. I have some ExxonMobil and some Apache. Diamondback also looked pretty good. Diamondback. Okay, and Devon Energy. Okay, some of the refiners like PSX, Valero. These are all higher. Okay, Halliburton. Okay, these look okay. So that's energy financials. Looked pretty good yesterday. Maybe we can get a bounce out of this. Financials, we need some financials to help. Industrials, not so much. Caterpillar, stocks like that pulling back. Okay. Cummins, these will be fine. They're just pulling back at the moment. Baker Hughes, inside of yesterday's price action. So that's industrials. Consumer staples, following through. So defensive names, SPHD is a good ETF. SPHD, a lot of defensive names. Gets Walmart in here too. SPHD. Do you want to buy? What's today? Today is the 19th. All right. So if you buy some SPHD, that SPHD, that has a lot of defensive names that pay dividends. Walmart's in there, among other. Okay, SPHD. Let me buy some more SPHD. SPHD. Okay, RR, no follow through. SPHD. All right, that looks like it's going to go. All right, SPHD pays a dividend once a month. Let's see, when's ex-dividend? SPHD, ex-div. And May 18th was ex-dividend. It's usually Usually in the last week. This time it's on May 18th. Next ex-dividend date for SPHD is the 22nd of June. Payout day is the 26th. This looks really good, though. Defensive stocks are seeing some activity. SPHD. All right, this is most likely going to continue to move higher. All right, Microsoft still diving a bit lower. Microsoft not cooperating. Microsoft back into the Bollinger Bands, rejected. We have 430 is a call wall. 440 is above that. RSI is above 50. So MACD and stochastics are pointing higher. So there's a little bit of profit taking here. Got a feeling the dip's going to get bought. Looking for that dip to get bought. Apple, nothing yet. Hedge flows continue to move lower. So instead of turning up, we were looking for hedge flows that turn up. We're at that level now. 73.30 is a 99 percentile. Looks like we're going to test that. Micron turning up. Intel starting to turn up. Okay. All right, let's see. Okay, dividend ETFs. Let's look at SPHD. Okay. SPHD breaking back above the 50-day. Okay, SPHD. You can see what's in this SPHD. Okay, a lot of these defensive names are on the move right now. 3M is down. Okay, AbbVie, Merck, Bristol Myers.
Low tick alert minus 800.
All right, another low tick. All right, they'll be pulling back. Okay, NVIDIA turning back up. NVIDIA. Okay, Williams Companies. That's in SPHD. Williams. Let's see, Duke Energy. Duke. Okay, coming off the 200-day moving average. Some of the defensives like General Mills bouncing off the low. What's Nike doing? Nike looking pretty good there, Nike. Okay, IBM, HPE. IBM off the low, HPE. Hewlett Packard rising. These are all names in the SPHD. Bristol Myers, BMY. Many of these are bouncing. Okay. Duke Energy, Duke, DUK. Coming off the low, off the 200-day. Okay, what's Hasbro doing? Hasbro, nothing there. Hasbro, 3M, Juniper, 3M. Industrials, I had a good day yesterday. JNPR. Oh, gee. Juniper. JMPR. Did that get bought out? I think that got bought out, right? What's Kellogg's symbol turned changed, right? Kellogg. All right, Chevron, CVX, obviously a big one. Chevron, back above the 50-day. ConocoPhillips. Oh, sorry about that. ConocoPhillips. All of these energy names catching a bid. Okay. Okay, we're right above 73.30 right now. S&P. All right, we're right above 73.30 right now. That's a 99 percentile level. Okay, we've been down for 3 days this week. Okay, this was week number 8. So we weren't expecting price action to continue to go higher. Were we? I don't think so. We were looking to take some profits off into week 6. Last week, week 7, taking some profits off. I'm just talking about short-term things. I'm not talking about the longer-term stuff. So relax if you're concerned about what I'm talking about. If you're in longer-term, a lot of big names are talking about 8,000, the 8,000 level by year end. I believe Ed Yardeni was talking about that yesterday. Or was he talking about 8,200? I forget. But let me see. What's Ed Yardeni? Ed Yardeni targets end of year 2026. I believe he said 8,000, right? So, you get semiconductors that are overbought. We're not going to continue to move unabated without some consolidation. Microsoft's starting to turn right now. So, again, I think Microsoft did that yesterday, didn't it? Didn't Microsoft dip yesterday? Microsoft early in the morning. Yeah, yesterday it popped up, dropped back down, and then followed through. Okay, so we're starting to turn right now a little bit. Microsoft again, shaking the tree. All right. So we're 9 points off the high, almost 10 points, right? Did we hit 433? I think we might have actually hit 433. High of the day, 432.70. We're close. So a 10-point move from high to low. Okay, futures are starting to turn. Futures are starting to turn now. Okay, so we're right at this 73.30 zone. Look for a bounce. Look for a bounce. Doesn't mean jump in. Look for the bounce right now. Okay, there goes NVIDIA starting to move. NVIDIA starting to turn back up. They've been shaking people out. They've been shaking people out of the markets with low conviction. If you're a new trader, you're probably better off buying. If you're going to buy options, buy out in, I don't know, end of the year, December or so. Buy positions in stocks and sectors that have been oversold, like software. Microsoft is only about 6 weeks into this reversal. Oracle, same thing. So if you're thinking long term and you're not good at day trading, or you got a day job and you don't have a chance to look at this every day during the day, I would suggest buying out in at the end of the year, January, even into March of next year. Buy some of these software names. You could even, so you're not focused on one name, you could also buy the IGV, the software sector. For some reason, Kramer thought that, at least if I understood him right, that software was in trouble and that it's going to stay in trouble, and it bounced a few days, and therefore, he'd be selling, which I think, I'm not going to say anything disparaging. I'm sure he knows what he's doing, but I don't know. I think software's got a lot more to go, a lot more resilience. I believe companies like Microsoft getting into data centers is a good idea. They're spending a lot of money on them, but all right, Apple's starting to turn. Watch Apple here. Apple's starting to see a little bit of buying off the low. Apple, there's your oversold 1 minute. Okay, Apple. Yesterday we were too early. Let's see if Apple can go. Apple 1 minute's oversold. Apple 1 minute RSI strategy oversold now, turning up. Okay, strategy. I don't know why I always mistype that. Strat. Okay. Okay, watch Microsoft here. Might have a nice little trade on Microsoft. I'm not Apple. Sorry, Apple. Okay. All right. Okay, IONQ, that one's getting shaken here. Turning back up now. IONQ. It's at the 200-day. It has to hold the 200-day, Andrew. Otherwise, I have to call it quits on this one. I thought for sure it would be a little bit better, show a little bit better strength, but this week, not so much. Okay, there goes Micron, ripping higher. Micron, big reversal. Micron. Adobe was up. Now it's down. Adobe. Okay, Adobe up. Profit taking. Okay, NVIDIA was down. Now it's up. NVIDIA turning back up. Okay, big shakeout. NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA reversing quickly here. NVIDIA reversing quickly. Okay, so the dip buyers coming in. Shake the tree, see if people sell. Okay. Car. Man, this market is, even though VIX is low, individual names, the volatility is pretty decent. Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft was really nice this morning. Microsoft got me all excited. Thought we were to get going there, and we sold off 10 points from the highs. 433. Just shy of 433. Microsoft. Okay, still looking for that bounce. The daily looks good. Software oversold, RSI rising. Software oversold into late March, early April. We started to see a bounce. So that's a change in sentiment. Looking for stochastics and MACD to continue. So stochastics rising is telling me to look for dips to get bought. I say looking for this dip to get bought. Look for a close up here in the upper half of today's range, maybe to 427, 428, something like that. If we can catch a bid, RSI is trying to turn up. Intel watching.
President Trump has said that a deal can be had by phone. Is that really true? Is that possible? Maybe in principle, but the deal with the Iranians, given the fact that we have no confidence in them whatsoever, and shouldn't, and the fact that they're very good negotiators, means it's going to take a long time to get first from the nuclear field, verification mechanisms.
Okay, looking for Microsoft to turn. All right, what's Adobe doing? Adobe dipped there. Adobe. Apple, watching Apple for the turn back up. NVIDIA getting a lot of attention. No doubt with earnings tomorrow. Okay, so we're trying to get this to turn back up. Okay, futures trying to climb a bit more, watching that hedge flow. Okay, that still needs a turn. We got this 73.30, 99 percentile. We got positive gamma. All right, notice the red on the right side there. Okay, so we should see we could see a pretty quick move back to the upside. If we can just catch a bid here. All right, Apple looks like it's going to go. Apple looks like it's going to go. NVIDIA tried to turn up as well. NVIDIA is trying to turn up. Tesla's trying to turn up right now. Oversold, ready to go. 1 minute chart. How much energy does the market have in it right now? Apple trying to turn back up as well. All right, let's keep an eye on the S&P for now. S&P trying to turn 73.30, 73.50. This zone should be support unless they want to bring this down to the 21 day. The 21 day is down there at 72.90. NVIDIA got a little tap on the head just now. Tapped it back down. All right, looking for a higher low. Looking for a VWAP to push off a VWAP. Can we do it? Hedge flows. All right, hedge flows are still pointing down. So dealers are still selling. All right, looking for some bounces here. All right, Apple's still trying to turn. Price action is turning up. Watching for that hedge flow to turn up. 73.30, 73.30, 99 percentile. Should be support. We'll see if we turn this right now. Micron turned back up. Bitcoin trying to bounce right at the 50-day moving average. Bitcoin. Micron, nice little reversal off the low. IWM getting creamed of late. We were looking for that to lead a few weeks ago. And instead, we got we got the 10-year to rally, and that's not helping. All right, here's S&P turning back up. S&P is trying to turn back up. Okay, the 10-year is not helping out at all. Okay, up here at the highs. 10-year at 4 points, almost 4.7%. That's not helping at all. This is hurting big tech and small caps. Okay, so it is what it is though. Unfortunately, we need that to roll over. We need the commodities to roll over. What's gold doing? Gold as of yesterday's close. GLD continues to move all over. The 50-day is rolling over, so everyone is saying buy gold right now. This could be starting. It already started phase 4. Phase 3 was distribution. Okay, so if you zoom out of this, okay, so you can see phase 2, pretty clear. Phase 2 was the markup. Phase 3 is distribution, doesn't make new highs, starts to drop below the 21-day, gets below the 50-day, that starts phase 4. Phase 4 could last a bit longer. If it loses the 200-day, I'd be looking for accumulation, maybe down here near 350, 370. I don't know, somewhere in this area, about 50% retracement from the high. Gold, I wouldn't be doing anything with it right now. These people that are recommending gold at the moment, looking for people to buy, I wouldn't be buying right now. Apple at the highs. Got a lot of upgrades on Apple. Tech, I don't know. Breathing a little heavy there. Tech looks like distribution. If it's more than just distribution, we'll know pretty soon. It won't hold high. We'll start losing the 21-day. If we have more upside, remember tech tends to outperform in July. All right, so we got June and July. Seasonality. Let's look at tech, XLK, tech. Okay, let's go back 20 years. We want to average. Okay, so the average for tech. Okay, July tends to be, I forget what the reason is. There's a reason why tech tends to outperform. I forget what it was. It was really well explained at one point, and I completely forgot what it is. All right, let's see what the NASDAQ looks like. The Qs, 20 years. It's mostly the tech sector. All right, so here's 20 tech. All right, so the Qs. Okay. All right, so tends to outperform in the month of July. Will NVIDIA give us a tailwind? Hard to say. I just feel like there's a lot of risk out there that people aren't preparing for, if you will. I got some June 22 calls on VIX in case we get a spike. That's just a hedge for now. It's like car insurance. I don't want to have to use it. And it's not a big position. I only have 15 calls right now. But if the markets continue to move higher and VIX, those hedges go to zero, so be it. Right now, semiconductors are doing exactly what we thought they might do, though. I thought semiconductors would fade earlier, but now it's already starting to find support at the 21-day. I don't know. Is this going to fake out a lot of people? Is this going to bounce into NVIDIA earnings? Are NVIDIA earnings going to blow away everybody? And semiconductors go on an epic run, a historical epic run? Is that what semis are going to do? Okay, so you didn't see what I was looking at before, okay? Or did you? Did you see what I was looking at here? No. So here is the Qs going out 20 years. Here's July, okay? July tends to outperform. June's not too bad compared to May, April, May. And if you look at what tends to happen this time of year, all right, we get the dip in April, May, and we start to rise. So the odds favor the bulls through the end of the year. A lot of people like Ed Yardeni, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe had like a $8,000 target. But Qs look good. Let's see what the SPY looks like. SPY for, okay, July, 20 years. Okay, tends to be good like April and May. June, not so much. August, not so much. Futures continue to rise. So those of you buying the low, I saw Mondo was buying some calls. I think Nick bought some calls. Netflix still pulling back. Okay, NVIDIA turning back up. Need a bid in Microsoft. Need a bid in Apple. Energy stocks doing well. Energy.
know, as you look into the future of combat, are drones and other autonomous systems, when I look at what even Elon is doing with his robots, who knows where that even goes, but are those still complementary to jet fighters? Are they still complementary to humans?
Yes, I don't think, look, I think they'll always be used together in certain ways, and depending on the situation, one will lead and the other will follow. So, for example, you can see using drones, for example, we do it today with cruise missiles, to take out enemy air defenses.
All right, so Adobe's still falling off there. Futures, no follow through yet. Futures. I'm just taking it easy at the moment. Looking for these stocks that got a shakeout this morning to catch a bid. If I can see them catch a bid, then we might have something to work with. Intel turning back up. Intel. Need Microsoft to turn back up. Intel. Apple. Okay. Amazon and Google not helping out at all. Those two not helping out at all. Let's go take a look at Breath. Let's see what Breath is doing at the moment. Earlier we had the Breath thrusts were positive for S&P. That's starting to flatten out now. And the NASDAQ, that's also starting to flatten out. Mid caps and small caps, these two are pointing lower, so taking a break. S&P 500. Let's see the equal weight. Still squeezing. Okay, we got buyers at the low of the day. So removing the weight of these stocks on the left that make up 37% of the weight of the S&P, holding it back. If we can see Breath improve, number of stocks trading above the 20-day could start to move higher. Watching for a pivot here, like this pivot over here, we got way oversold at the end of March. That led to an epic rally, consolidating. This looks like a cup and handle. This looks like a cup and handle pattern to me. Okay. So last time the number of stocks above the 20-day got oversold, severely oversold. It was like April of last year where we had that big run up. Okay. In this case, after last year's pullback and rally, we had to consolidate and create a base up here. A lot of people are looking for Ed Yardeni, in particular, looking for like 8,000, I believe. I think Tom Lee might as well. I'll check that out. But for now, this looks like a cup and handle pattern. If it breaks to the upside, obviously that would be good. We're fading a little bit at the moment. Future's not following through yet. Number of stocks above the 20 and 50 days, still hesitating. So what this is telling me right now is just chill. You don't have to buy something every single day, right? Adobe falling off here. Adobe falling off. Looked really good this morning, Adobe. Adobe this morning looked really good. All right, it's fading back into the Bollinger Bands. Okay, Apple. Apple not cooperating. It's not following through yet. Apple. Nike. A couple of people talking about Nike this morning. Nike looking for that bounce. Nike. Big trades out in June at the 42.50 and the 45 strikes, I believe it was. SPHD, the defensive names. SPHD, defensive names are seeing some activity. SPHD. Okay. SPHD, looking for the follow through. Okay, it's above the 60-minute 20 MA, right? Okay, when it's above the 20-minute 60 MA, we want to be bullish. Just starting to transition. It's got like almost a flat base at the 50-day rolling over. Now it's back above the 50-day, so that should turn back up. MACD and stochastics rising. So defensive names, you saw how consumer staples were rallying. Healthcare, big reversal over the last 2 days. Looked really ugly on Friday. Utilities catching a bounce, energy catching a bounce. So energy, I would definitely have some exposure to energy. I have ExxonMobil and Apache. What's ExxonMobil doing? ExxonMobil, Chevron. Many of these are on the watch list. ConocoPhillips, Diamondback Energy, Apache, Devon, Duke. Okay. What's retail doing? Retail, it's okay. XLY, consumer discretionary, that would be Tesla and Amazon, two of the most heavily weighted components, make up almost 50% of the weight. You can see what's happening because of Tesla and Amazon pulling back. So take a break. All right. You don't have to buy every single day. If you're looking for opportunities, they're going to wait for you. Okay. They're not going to we're not going to shoot back up to the highs on Amazon. Google, same thing. Okay. I'm looking for an opportunity on Google. Does it base up here north of this gap? Probably. But look at your weekly time frame. If you're an investor, look at the weekly time frame. It's overbought. Okay. So a little bit of a pullback makes total sense. What else? What else? All right. So XLP just came back above the 10 EMA weekly 5 weeks ago. All right. So this is definitely in play. XLE, same thing. Okay. Back above the 10 EMA. So you want to be buying these dips. Look for software, IGV. IGV, get back above the 10 EMA. It did 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago now. Okay. So this is just getting started. It's a little bit overbought, maybe, but you should have a little bit of cushion. You know, you don't want to buy options that expire today or Friday, obviously, unless you're like scalping. You want to be looking at options that are out in June, July, August, whatever, so that you can weather this little bit of a storm, if you will. I mean, really, you have to understand that we can't just keep going straight up. The magnitude of this move from 6,300 up to 7,500, right? 1,200 points in 7-8 weeks. This is week number 8. So a consolidation week makes absolute sense. Will Nvidia change that and we zip higher? Semiconductors suggest that maybe we're bouncing right now at the 21 day. So with that, I'm going to take a couple of minute break. I'll be right back. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Tuesday, May 19th. Remember, you don't have to trade every single day, every minute of the day. Wait for things to give you a trend. In this case, we're looking at something like Nike. Maybe Nike gets a little move off the low. There's a lot of options activity. Go out to your options chain for June and check out the options that are trading out there. You might be interested. Nike, let me just take one more look before I take my break. Nike, we've got the 40 strike with 2,000 contracts of open interest. The 4250s have 20,000 contracts of open interest with 1,600 contracts trading today at 4250 out in June. You also have the 45 strike that is trading 23,000 contracts on 31,000 in open interest. 31,000, that's over 50,000 contracts out at the 45 strike for June, and they're only $1. They're a 36 delta. That's kind of like borderline. I don't usually like to trade anything less than a 40 delta. I did buy a few of these this morning. So watch Nike. They're going for $1, a little bit more than $1. It's worth a shot, right? If that starts to work. Okay, Adobe's still pulling back. Okay, I'm going to take a few minute break. I'll be right back.
Well, there's a lot to unpack there. I mean, first of all, Wednesday is like the mother of all market days, right? I mean, in theory, it's volatility personified. In reality, stuff doesn't always work out that way. First, you have the Fed meeting at 2 o'clock, we get the estimate, then 2:30 is Powell's part. Which is interesting because this is probably secretly so his last yeah, because over the weekend we learned that Senator Tillis is going to support Kevin Warsh. Personally, for me, he really needs the announcement from the New York did not meet this criteria. But, oh, by the way, we're certainly actually and wasn't the other criteria supposed to be then was the book investigation. But I'm not gonna throw a senator under the bus. It's not my job. That would be my. Yeah, I think that's just getting trouble. Yeah. In any event, I think he has done this as chair. So this will be his last hurrah. They're not. I think there's no expectation that they're going to change policy. Right. And to a certain extent, what can he say? It's going to be more of like a valedictory address. So let me explain before we move on to that. Yeah. To that exact point, is what he's going to say important or not? Because this is it. Right now, it's going to be the war year. So is it that people aren't necessarily going to pay attention, or is he going to have the opportunity to lay out the narrative about where inflation is, where things growth is, and what should happen? I think the latter. I like the unvarnished Jerome Powell. Like he's always, I often call him Goldilocks in soup. Right. He's always managed to be. He's not an economist by trade. The proverbial two-handed economist. Right. Like yes, things are bad, but this is why it's good. Or flip side, this is why it's good, but by the way, here's the rest. I think that was. I want to say the market here less what the Fed chair has to say. It's the Fed chair. Right. What he said, the economy is racial inflation. But this market guy, to me, that is trade experience is so fixated on AI and momentum and settings and you name it. I don't know. Kyle steps up to that mic and he says something hawkish. He's the stock pick. Well, that's part B. That's part B of the volatility on potential volatility on Wednesday. Thank you very much. But yeah, that's exactly it. Now, here's the thing with the earnings that come out. In theory, if they all move in one direction or the other, up or down, my gosh, we could have a giant post-market. Really, that's the way it works. You usually get some up, some down, and that just becomes sort of a wash from an index point of view, even though individual stocks are actually right. Right. And to your point, I think that's exactly right. So all of them focused on the spend, CapEx spending, what they do, and when is it going to be a return on investment? Well, the interesting part to me is if I were to, I'm thinking let me not look. We'll get to that.
I'm just like, I'm making it too easy.
Yeah, but so to me, but that's the key. If the big hyperscalers say, damn the torpedoes, we're going to keep borrowing money, we're going to keep spending money, we don't care if the stock market, we don't care what the investors think about, whether we're changing from asset-light businesses to asset-heavy businesses, blah blah blah. If that spend continues, SOX is the way to go. If they say, you know what, we're taking a little bit of a breather here.
Right.
That is not what semiconductor. That is not what a 50% rally in SOX is pricing in. And so to me, that's actually where I would consider hedging with SOX as opposed to hedging with some of these specific stocks or hedging with Qs or something of that nature, because that's where it's going to be reflected. You're going to get, I doubt that somehow the semis will just be unchanged after all this.
I'd be worried going to this max end earnings, and I'll try to keep it as simple as like possible. When those Tesla earnings hit the wires, and Elon, they didn't say anything in the press release or the slide deck, and you hop on the earnings call 15 minutes, it was like $25 billion in CapEx. They were at $20 billion coming in this year. That company only spent $8.5 billion last year in CapEx. This is a meaningful acceleration, and what did the market do? It sent Tesla shares down. Why shouldn't we expect the same damn thing from all 6 of these companies coming up? Maybe except Apple, because they farmed out its AI to Google, so we'll forget them for a second. But I'm looking at really some potentially big CapEx from all these companies and all these stocks.
Well, the theme until recently was we've switched from all cap spending is good and we're just going to reward companies for spending money to we're going to we're going to be more judicious about it, and we're going to be concerned about whether the business models that we loved about these companies is changing. These companies to me have sort of magical business models, right? Like very few assets, very low fixed costs, insanely high margins,
And fewer people too. And fewer people. I mean, they're finding thousands of people.
well, that's another key, right? But that is telling you that maybe we got to tighten the belts around people. Now, Microsoft is in a more subtle way. We're going to offer 7,000 people early retirement.
But let me ask you a question. Go back to
Yeah,
one
sure.
thing. Do you think that that's all AI, or do you think any of it is like just oversupplied? Like they've just got the fact because they so overhired in 22, 23, 24.
Oh, some of each. I mean,
Right. So I don't necessarily think they were trying to create this panic. Oh my God, AI! I don't think it's that.
no. And I've talked about this. I know. Joe Brusuelis is a friend of Yahoo Finance.
Right.
And I've had this discussion, offline. I'm like, not in great lengths, but sort of we were in a room together, and I said, isn't this a lot of isn't some of this just
The fact.
cutting the fat? They overhired 21, 22, and now they're getting rid of it now.
And they're using AI. I think part of it is they're using AI to find out excuse.
Yes.
Well, a lot of it, the shit is about the interface, all right, for these tech companies.
It's
Like,
a family podcast.
I get it. So when
For the record, the executive editor.
I love it. I want to give it a rating.
Not
I'm so passionate about this AI topic.
Yeah.
So I
very hard.
had a conversation with some folks out with Jeremy Atlanta. We're hanging out at the economic club, like I was going to give a speech. But anyway, he told me, Brian, why you're seeing all these layoffs now is because Wall Street is really going to scrutinize the hell out of these companies in a new way in the back half of the year.
Who said that to you?
Jeremy Allaire, co-founder. So he said there is a new level of scrutiny about to come to all these tech companies, and they are not done. They are not. This is their first, I would say, series of bloodletting in their attempt to appease the street. And I think you're going to see a lot more coming next year. And their workflow is really starting to be designed inside of these companies, which for me, it's here to help.
Well,
But it's good from a stock perspective, because you can unleash greater profits, bet your higher multiple, and everybody makes money.
layoffs they're not necessarily bad for stock.
No.
Right? They view investors view that as a positive because they're becoming more efficient. They get rid of the waste. They get rid of the fat. Right? So that's viewed as a positive.
As long as it's not trying to grow by shrinking.
Correct.
Now, and especially in Meta's case where, we forget because the stock performance has been so good, he incinerated billions of dollars in value on the metaverse. And so, I haven't really gotten into the breakdown of who's getting laid off and where, but, despite the stock performance, they spent a lot of money in kind of a rather foolish way.
Right.
And I think also to some extent, this is going to be the next year or so where the rubber meets the road, because we all know that they have to be in it to win it in terms of AI spending, in terms of the AI race. But they're not all going to win it.
No, they're not. They're not. But let's go back to Meta for a minute. You know, they spend stupid money on the Meta stuff. Hey, this AI trade is not the Meta.
All right, NVIDIA trying to break out here. NVIDIA.
And so I don't know.
Apple turning back up a bit more. Apple. Apple turning back up. NVIDIA looks good though, right? NVIDIA looks like it might keep going here. NVIDIA with earnings tomorrow, trying to break higher right now. Morning high, I got sold. That morning high was up here. Okay. High of the day. High of the day. I put your food out there. You didn't see it? Okay, high of the day. All right, here we go with NVIDIA. Watch NVIDIA. Looks like a good setup here. NVIDIA. Okay, here we go. NVIDIA. Amazon. Looking for a double bottom or a support in this area for Amazon. RXT is 23% short. All right, thank you. RXT. RXT. Okay, Adobe starting to see some short covering. There goes the futures. Futures starting to rise. Futures rising. Okay. Weighted signal looks pretty good. Okay, we've been holding pretty good above this 73.30, 73.50 zone. NVIDIA, okay, trying to get through this area. I don't know. My sense of today is just chill. We got some, some day trades, of course, futures off the low, but certainly nothing huge. We got a VIX expiration tomorrow morning, VIX expiration. We've got NVIDIA earnings after the close. We've got Zscaler with earnings tonight. Zscaler, let's go see what Zscaler is doing because that had run up. Last week we told you Zscaler looked really good. It gapped up again this morning. Volume coming in. So apparently they like what they see here. Zscaler, Palo Alto Networks. Okay, CrowdStrike. These are all been running security stocks. The Cyber ETF, SCIBR. Cyber ETF is up at the highs too. Okay, NVIDIA still pushing here. NVIDIA wants to push more. Okay, looks like it's going to push off of this level. We got high of the day over there. Okay, what do you want? Right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we got after 4 o'clock. You got several hours.
I don't have to go to the event. I have to go to the event and then school.
No, I'm going to go too. It's at 6, right?
I can 6 in the evening.
Yeah, it's got to be at 6.
Okay.
So you put a load in at 4 o'clock, right when I close. There's plenty of time. NVIDIA trying to push a bit higher.
Initially, but then they all make everybody, remember, we have a 4.4 right.
Okay, so okay, we got rejected just now. NVIDIA, S&P is not motoring higher. It's stuck at BWAP. This could very well turn back over. My sense is that I would anticipate that there's possible more downside. For now, we got 73.30 as a major level. It's still a 99 percentile level. Okay. Lots of purple down below, positive gamma. That's a good thing. We need more to build up over the next few days. Let's go see what the future has in store going out to next Wednesday. Okay, so each of the dates down below, you can see the 21st, 2nd, 3rd. Okay, so tomorrow after NVIDIA, you can see all this purple down below. There's some red over here too. There's some red out into next week down below. So for now, if we can stay above 7,300, there's a lot of purple here. A lot of positive gamma support. You can see it in the purple bars as well. So we need to hold above 73.30. We need to bounce and follow through. Netflix continues to fade. That's a little perplexing. I thought Netflix was going to follow through. Netflix had a pretty good day yesterday. It's back below that 90 level. Okay, so the dealers are trying to keep this below 90. Maybe they're going to shift their call walls higher. For now, 90 and 93. 90 and 93 for Netflix. Let's see, Netflix. Let's see over here what he has. Call wall is 100. Okay, so Brett has 100 as the call wall, 85 as the put wall. Okay, Netflix. Okay. So 100 is way up here. So Money Magic has 90 and 93, and Brent has 100. So 90, 93, and 100. Let's go take a look at Netflix Equity Hub. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Netflix. Okay, so 100 you can see there. That's 95. This is the major level right now, 90. 90, you can see all of this puts and calls here. Okay, puts and calls there. Can I adjust this too? Can I adjust this? Or no? I guess not. No, I can't. I was hoping to get this within the screen a little bit more. Let's see what it looks like if we do this. No, can't grab a hold of this. All right, so anyway, you can see that the, here you go. Here's Netflix. You can see this major level here, the 90 strike. See the orange and the blue, the puts. Okay, so this is a pretty formidable area to get through, the 90 strike for Netflix. What's Microsoft look like? Microsoft, same idea, Microsoft. 420, 430. The big level is 420 below us, right? 420 Microsoft. We're just below 420 right now. Okay, Microsoft. Microsoft. Let's do Microsoft here. Microsoft. Okay, this is Microsoft. Okay, so Puts are being sold. Calls are starting to be bought on Microsoft. We're at the low of the day right now. At the low of the day, Microsoft got to give this a little bit more room. Microsoft's in the upper half of its Bollinger Bands. Bollinger Bands are still fairly tight, so we might have to be more patient with Microsoft. IWM definitely not helping out with the 10-year yield up north of 4.6. It's not helping out at all. So the 10-year yield is very elevated. This is bearish for small caps, TNX, and tech. Okay, you can see where we are right here. TNX is up at the high. What's junk bonds doing? Junk bonds probably below the 50-day, right? Junk bonds still fading. So this is telling you what you need to know as far as the S&P. Day trading aside, S&P could fade some more this week. Tomorrow is going to be a big one with NVIDIA earnings. So these traders are risk averse. All right. So they'll only be in when they think the markets have a good shot at moving higher. So right now, this particular group of traders are absent the market, if you will. Okay. Biotechs, IBB, another group of risk takers or risk averse traders. So we're starting to get a bounce in biotechs. That could help out. XBI and IBB. Maybe that has something over the next couple of days. Another group, Bitcoin. That's been fading back to the 50-day. Do we get a bounce here? We certainly better. If we lose 76,000, the 50-day, if we lose the 50-day at 75,836, if we lose that, the trend is becoming more bearish. Okay, the 200-day is still dropping. 50-day could cross up through the 200-day in the next month, next few weeks. I'd be looking for that if you're in Bitcoin.
So we may get booked in July. So we're not right. Because he's stepping down September. We should get him out in July. But to Brian's point, I mean, I would. But they better right. I think there's something I had no idea who this guy was. Yeah, he's like rock star in terms of the outside world. And like, I'm definitely out. But the thing is, I don't think it's CEO shit.
I agree. Yeah. I agree. Look, I'm in a position that it's funny. I own Apple, owns Apple. I'm going to die with my Apple. Apple's not a name that I trade. It's going to die. So, if Apple gets hit, I'll use it as an opportunity to buy more, right? If it takes off, I'm not going to buy it. But, and that's the same way with Microsoft is the same way. I don't own Meta, and I don't own Google. This one both things. But Microsoft, I still view as an opportunity. It's still negative on the year. Even though it's had this big rally off the low. But I'm looking for that one to actually, if that gets hit, I'll be a buyer.
Well, and I think that, and that's still a very pervasive attitude. That's why we never really sold off in the first
Right.
I mean, you both have been around for a long time, right? The closure of the Strait of Hormuz was the blackest of black swans, right? We were supposed to. What I'd always planned for years of managing risk for an option market was you figured you get $150 to $200 a barrel of oil, an immediate 10% correction in the S&P 500, and a big flight to quality in the dollar in the short end. We got maybe to 144 in dated Brent. We barely got to. Eventually, we didn't quite get to an S&P correction. We kind of. Almost did out on NASDAQ, and actually we have kind of the opposite.
Okay, Microsoft's still showing weakness. That's disappointing. I thought Microsoft might get some more. That's really disappointing. That's a pretty decent candle there. So somebody is selling into strength. Okay, still trending lower. Microsoft, a fund or somebody is getting out of Microsoft for whatever reason. New York Fangs are all down. New York Fangs. Okay, so this is one of the reasons why we wanted to de-risk over the last couple of weeks. Okay, we had this big run up. On Friday, we had a big red candle. We started off the week lower and then again today lower down to the 21-day. We could bounce. This could coincide with NVIDIA, RSI, MACD, stochastics all pointing lower. So I would say we need to stay cautious. Weekend video, we talked about how Monday might give us an idea how the week is going to go. And we continue to fade. A lot of stocks still fading. Futures not following through at the moment. Futures. All right, just watching Microsoft here. Calls are being bought at the low. Okay, look at down below. We got people selling calls as well. Selling calls in the May 20th expiration.
Listen, I get two things.
Okay.
One, we're at the end of the podcast. Oh, time just goes by. We could talk about this for another hour. Sure. I just want to ask one question. If you two make this
432.50. Somebody's selling the 432.50s. 24,000 contracts. Okay, selling those calls overhead at the bid. Selling more calls at the bid, 440, 445. For May 20th and 22nd. Got people buying calls, but not as much as the calls selling that we see overhead. Microsoft. Intel bouncing. That was unexpected. The Intel looked like that was going to continue to move lower. Intel. So we got a lot of cross currents right now. Okay. Semiconductors sitting on top the 21-day. Okay, NVIDIA trying to get back to green on the day. S&P. All right, so 7 weeks up. This is week number 8. We're taking a break this week. We're down 3 days in a row from Friday, Monday, and Tuesday. I'm not going to fight the trend right now. Day trade aside, we got down to 73.30 and bounce. That's fine. Still a lot of purple down below, so we have support. By the end of next week, or the middle of next week, this picture changes a little bit. I don't know if you can notice this, but by Wednesday of next week, we start to see some red piling up down here. Okay. So these are longer dated options. People buying puts down below. Okay, so that's the 25th, 25th, 26, 24, 25, 26. Okay, so tomorrow we got some support below into Thursday and Friday. NVIDIA earnings tomorrow. I don't know. I'm still de-risking. Makes sense. Stocks like IONQ and AAOI. Those are sitting on top of support. Those need to bounce. Otherwise, we're going to have to take them off for a small loss. Apple's still sitting here, not doing much. Apple, let's go look at Apple. Let's see. There's Apple. Okay, so doing okay. Calls are being bought. Got some flow right there. Some squeeze candidates over here. Squeeze candidates here as well. Rocket Labs. Rocket Labs. Rocket Labs. Rocket Labs. 130. 150 is a big level for. Let's go take a look at Rocket Labs. Rocket Labs. RKLB. RKLB. Okay, what's Firefly doing? Firefly. Firefly. FLY. Firefly. All right, still dealing with that. Yesterday we had a nice little liquidity grab on Firefly, if you recall. Briefly opened up in the morning. People sold calls and took profits. Liquidity grab. S&P is trying to climb right here. S&P is trying to climb. Let's see what it's gonna do. S&P is trying to climb. Okay, I'm gonna dim this a little bit so they can see the hedge flow line here. Hedge flow line starting to turn. Going in. All right, it's 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock. Let me grab my cell phone. I'll be right back.
I think what's happening right now is a reaction to what we're seeing in yields.
Okay, we're seeing the hedge flow starting to turn now.
Be careful believing that this is some major inflection point. There's earnings to support the growth and price appreciation that we've seen so far year to date. I just think the market was overextended. To Brian's point, it was ready. It was ready for a little bit of a pullback.
Right.
So you're ripe for something. So you're going to hear a lot about long duration assets coming under pressure. We're going to bring that. Remember in 2022, that's all we talked about was long duration assets. Well, if you think about this semi and AI halo, there's a lot of long duration assets there. So let's get the pullback. Let's get a little bit of a correction, but I think be careful. Two things. Number one, you have NVIDIA earnings tomorrow night. Be careful with that. And number two, I think because of the concentration in the market has the ability to rotate. And I think that's important. I think you're going to see, and you're seeing it today, healthcare, some of the insurance companies, some of the banks. I think you're going to see some capital that's going to rotate, not go to the exit.
Yeah, but I mean, the rotation is to way more defensive areas of the market.
For sure.
Like utilities, as you said, healthcare, consumer staples. Let's temper the idea, though, when you say rotate, that we're going to get money coming out of tech and into something that's going to mean a much more broadening market. Because I don't think you're talking about that.
No, and therefore keeping the S&P near record highs. No, you are correct. That's not the case.
So, the Wolf talks about the momentum unwind, why it's that there could be further downside ahead. As Bank of America's fund manager, so, kind of looking at the environment where they say there's been the bull capitulation is almost complete. That early June is ripe for profit taking, bond yields to determine the degree of whatever pullback we get. We've been all in on risk on.
Okay, so Intel's turned back up. Intel has turned back up.
Since January of 2018, you've got the most overweight towards tech.
Okay, Intel has turned back up.
You've got the highest commodity.
Okay, so dip buyers at the 21-day Intel.
Since June of 2022, 73% of those in their fund manager survey are long semiconductors. It's the number one crowded trade. In other words, it goes to the idea.
Intel's turned back up. Nice reversal on Intel.
People's eyes for some degree of pullback. To what degree? We're going to have to sit back and watch, and maybe it's the direction of yields, as we suggested at the very top of the program, that are going to be the determining factor to the question.
I think it's purely relying on yields, how we go, whether we go up, whether we go down. I mean, take a look at what happened yesterday.
after the close and leaked before the close, which was Trump coming out and saying I was going to have, I was going to okay a renewal of hostilities, but we're moving so close to a deal. The market doesn't care anymore, right? You've said that, you've sung that song so many times. Now, if bonds were lower, I think the market may have cared. My point is that bonds overrule everything.
Yeah, move the market for about 5 seconds.
Yeah,
like so,
exactly.
like a moment, because we were on the air during closing bell, we're having a conversation with a guest, and all of a sudden you see this little spike. You're like, what's going on? And then you saw the president's post on Truth Social that he pulled back the supposed plans for an imminent attack.
Right, and recovered half the losses in NASDAQ. So I think it all depends on rates, and rates aren't standalone, right? They're a function of inflation as well, and function of what's happening in terms of credit in the private sector. So that concerns me most. And the correlation between the inverse of the correlation between rates and equities goes to 1-1, right? When you get rates as high. So that's the biggest issue. And I don't see that being resolved soon. Now, keep in mind when you mention a peak, that even when the internet bubble burst, right, in 2000, it burst in March and then took a real leg down in April. The peak in CapEx spending wasn't until...
All right, S&P, no follow through yet, S&P. Intel still climbing. Microsoft still diving. S&P, no follow through yet.
Near-term peaks in the market based on, for example, the semis going straight up from the March low. As we said, Jim, ripe for something to happen, and something has happened. The SOX is down 7% from last Friday through today, so we're not even 3 trading days from then. Teradyne 11%, names like Micron down 10.5%, and so on and so forth. For the names that were up the most, could there be more of a pullback? Wolf says, yeah, there could be further downside ahead. Semis are stretched. They're still hot. No one's ready to bail altogether from semis, but you could have a heating up, according to Bank of America, of more risks. Going to be choppy at best in the near term.
It is going to be choppy, Scott, and it was right for a pullback. But when we say that the semis were stretched, they were stretched from a technical point of view, from a share price point of view. What gives a lot of comfort to investors like me is that the fundamentals are very much intact. Many of the semis that we're talking about have earnings multiples that are in single digits still. We look at Micron. Now, Micron isn't likely to get above, much above 10 times earnings because eventually demand will ease and supply will come online. But the point being is the semiconductor space was not in a melt up to a degree that requires some dramatic bottom falling out in the market. I do think this is consolidation.
That'll be debatable to many people, I think. If you look at how much these stocks ran up from the March low,
above their 200-day moving average.
That's a textbook definition of melt up. So I don't know what sort of exhibit you want to put into this courtroom that suggests that it wasn't.
When we talk about melt up, what I worry about is after a melt up like in 2000, you get a multi-year decline, and you're not seeing those highs for years and years and years. And what I'm saying, Scott, is that is not the case that I see in the semiconductors.
T1, just watching this one. All right, there was a big trade yesterday, $83 million, 83 million shares, I should say, block. Okay, big share trade there.
So I go back to where I started my comment to you, which is that from a share price point of view, these stocks were definitely stretched. From a fundamental point of view, they were not. The melt up, I don't want to do the,
Well taken. There's a difference between price action and valuation. Yeah. You could look at price appreciation and say, well, that's kind of insane. Well, at the same time, you're making the distinction between now and back in the late 90s, for example, because valuations were more stretched than price appreciation. Here you have the reversal. You have a tremendous run up in price, not an extraordinary run up in valuation.
Exactly.
You're at less than 8 times forward earnings for Micron today.
And can I add one thing to that, which is that when we got to March of 2000, which was the peak, we saw a dramatic, you remember this, Brian, dramatic decline in demand post Y2K, post the fiber optic overspend, overbuild. That does not appear to be the case right now. These data centers, despite a lot of social pushback, are still being built. That's still where capital is going. That's still where the demand for these chips is coming from. And it doesn't show any signs of stopping.
Let me ask this question. Hold on one second. Let me ask this question. If you think, and you're the perfect person to ask, since you run a momentum-based ETF, quality obviously is part of that.
Yep.
But if we lose the momentum trade,
Yes.
okay, can the market withstand that? That will be the determining factor, more than likely, to how deep any sort of pullback gets. Like if you're going to pull the rug out of the momentum trade, you got to have something to be a backstop to the market itself.
The answer to the question maybe comes tomorrow night, because can the Mag 7 be the backstop? Because that will buffer the decline for the S&P. Obviously, logically, the answer to your question is no. The market would move lower. It is very clear to me that the momentum factor is stretched. I want to just cite for 1 second the DRAM ETF, which we've been speaking a lot about. So we're pointing towards price and valuation. Where are we as it relates to sentiment? Sentiment is still, despite what we've witnessed in the last several days, overwhelmingly bullish. The DRAM ETF.
All right, no follow through on the S&P yet.
Consecutive days of inflows. It's gathered $3.5 billion in the last 4 days. Yesterday, $390 million went into the DRAM ETF and took the other side of the momentum unwind. So dip buyers. I think that's indicative of validating the point that the momentum factor right now is in need of further correction. Well, I think that is in the process and it's going to continue to unfold.
I think that's why technicians like Krinsky and McGrath and Verone are going to earn their money, because we haven't seen where this market settles in.
Excuse me.
Weiss had an amazing point about 2000. People forget that stocks lead earnings, which lead the economy. CapEx peaked 6 months after that, and then 2001 we had a CapEx-led recession. So people forget about all of that. We're nowhere near that type of a pullback with respect to fundamentals or CapEx. So that's why technicians and momentum on a short-term basis.
All right, Apple rolling over here. Apple's not following through. All right, so some of the leaders are not leading, showing more of a fade.
So here's what we would say officially. I mean, we own AMD, Broadcom, NVIDIA. We don't own Micron. So this is a name that we missed. Huge. Say this, though, on a fundamental basis, people seem to forget that the memory stocks, Micron in particular, is one of the most cyclical and one of the most volatile earners in all the S&P 500 of all the semiconductor
Well,
names.
historically, it has been.
Yes.
Now they say this time is different.
It never is. Not with these companies. I mean, if you take a look, right now they're adding capacity in Taiwan. So every time there's this big, move, they go to add capacity. Now we heard from Korea that they can't build the capacity fast enough, so they're not going to. But nonetheless, they're sold out through 26 into 27. And the question is, going back to the overall peak in spending, I think people that invest in the semis are starting to ask, well, we saw $750 billion of CapEx by just the mega caps, the hyperscalers. What's the likelihood we're going to see that level again next year? So they're questioning it, right? And additionally, when you have bonds or rates moving higher, then it makes it more expensive because now these companies are funding it with debt.
These companies haven't given any indication that their sort of gluttonous level of spending is going to end anytime soon. By the way,
done the opposite, actually.
Exactly. Well, that's why targets continue to go up for Micron, to 840 at Citi, today to 800 at Mizuho, targets on Marvell to 155, target on Broadcom to 582, target on 320 to 325 on NVIDIA, to 352 on NVIDIA, to 320 on NVIDIA ahead of earnings tomorrow
And
afternoon.
I'm not saying it's done. I'm not saying it's done. I'm saying it's all controlled by rates. So all the talk about what the technicians are doing, what the fundamentals are, just don't matter as long as rates keep going.
Sure, but do you think, I think if
I think they'll resume the
S&P, looking for some follow through S&P.
that you were going to have this continued move higher,
If we can get a little bit of a
that
pop
I think
to the
market
upside.
will look a lot more red than it does. I'm just not sure there's
an
a
old
deep
market
belief.
that you and I grew up in an old market. That's true. This market's much more optimistic and cares less about things and has frankly survived off V-shaped recoveries.
Yes, but if there's a resolution in the Middle East, oil's going to go down, rates are going to come down, and we won't be having this conversation anymore.
10%.
That's exactly right. I just wanted to come to the comment from, let's say they did meet that target, the multiple would still be just barely under 10 times.
10 times is expensive though.
No, but Steve, hang on a second. Because I'm agreeing with you if you give me a second here. Which is the reason it is low relative to what you might think for a company that's growing like that is because of exactly what you said, Steve, which is the capacity will come online. It'll take a little time. It's not like you snap a finger and a fab is created. But that's why Micron trades at roughly 7.5 times earnings. I don't think it'll get to that target, by the way, because of exactly what Steve is saying. Capacity will come online.
You're going to get a couple of good reminders or a sort of beat check on AI in general this afternoon. Sundar Pichai, 1 o'clock. Google I/O is today. And of course, you do have NVIDIA tomorrow with earnings after the bell. Everybody owns Alphabet. This is going to be, what is it? One of the most ambitious AI updates in years. That's how it's being framed.
All right, trying to get above VWAP, S&P.
This afternoon.
Google's been our largest position in the Mag 7 for well over a year.
Microsoft is very mysteriously fading. Unusual trade today for Microsoft. Got to be a fund or something getting out. This continues to fade a lot. A lot. All right, so almost half of yesterday's volume already. About a third of Friday's volume. Microsoft. All right, so it looks like we'll have to wait a couple of more days for Microsoft to follow through. 430 was a major level. Even Netflix looked really good too. Looked like it was going to follow through. I got rejected. Had a big day yesterday. Apple at the highs. Yesterday it did something similar, I believe, right? Apple, something different, something similar yesterday. We had a dip early into the noon and then rose into the evening session. Can we start to rise here? Okay.
So this sort of three-headed multiple shots on goal in terms of how to play AI makes Google to me the clear leader.
Jimmy's point is well taken. It's Google Cloud up 63%. That's 3 consecutive quarters now of accelerating growth, and there's the ability there to see how we are monetizing the spend. And I think we're at a moment in this AI CapEx cycle with the hyperscalers that you have to show me how you're monetizing the spend. Amazon's doing it, Alphabet's doing it.
Joe, and it's really the only company that has all 3 shots on goal, right? Microsoft has OpenAI and it has Azure. Amazon Web Services and the Trainium chips fine, but it doesn't really have the model. Google's the only one that has all 3.
Okay, can we get something going here, S&P?
Jeff Bezos is going to join Andrew tomorrow.
S&P coming off the low. We know that 7330 is a 99 percentile. All right, this built up 7350. Oh, that's interesting. That wasn't there a few minutes ago, right? Okay, at the open. Okay, this wasn't a 99 percentile right there. 7350, or was it at the open? Let's go back to the open. There was just a lot of clustering right here. A lot of clustering. 99 percentile was 7330 at the open. as we build, watch this level overhead. Watch the levels overhead. All these purple and 73. Watch 7350. See 7350. Okay, we're gonna zoom forward. Okay, look at 7350. All right, that built up a lot right there. Okay, so we were at 1.4 billion an hour ago. Now we're at 2.5 billion. Okay, so going right here all the way till current. All right, 2.6 billion. Daily maximum so far was 2.6. An hour ago it was 1.9. Now it's 2.6. So this is building. Looks like that built. Okay, this was added. Okay, at the open. This was a cluster.
Some interesting moves this week in software. Sure is. I'm wondering, and you're going to get Zoom, by the way, on Thursday, but do you believe in this move, or is this just for a trade? A little money coming out of semis and money going into software, but not really. I mean, the IGV is up 24% off of the low in April. So there has to be a thesis to validate the move. Cyber is having a spectacular move. I'll raise my hand. I missed it. Unfortunately, if we could show CrowdStrike, I think CrowdStrike is at a 52-week high right now. It's Palo Alto. It's Fortinet. In addition to that, we are going to hear from Zoom Communications on Thursday. They really are a proxy for Anthropic right now in the public market because of the investment that they made in 2023 of $53 million, which is probably worth $6 or $7 billion right now. In addition to that, we added Datadog at the end of the last quarter to the ETF. If we could show Datadog as I speak, please. Again, there's a little bit of an element of that cybersecurity, that monitoring the infrastructure of the cloud. That's what Datadog does. We believe in this. You can see that in cyber. Well, pull the lens back. CrowdStrike's up 46% in a month. Palo's up 44. I believe the cyber is up 54. I believe the cyber. I believe what I'm seeing because of the relationship with Zoom, with Anthropic, and if we can pull the lens back on Datadog, you're going to see over the last 52 weeks that's at
okay. S&P watching this level.
To validate the price appreciation, it's not universal across the board in the software industry. I don't trust others.
Can I just point out to Joe something that maybe you'll validate, which is the IGV. If you look at a one-year chart, I mean, this is a clear double bottom, right? The temperature has been turned down. We know that. We're not in the Citrini article days of February, but that was a bottom. It rallied. Then we had during the Iran war, retest of that bottom. I mean, this, to me, I'm not the greatest chartist. You guys are better than me, but this screams to me that it's going
if we're going to suggest the entire software industry has this bottom, why isn't Palantir rallying? Palantir should be rallying much more than it is.
But that's exactly why.
But then you can't lift the entirety of the software universe because embedded in the software universe is other names like Palantir. You said at the outset, you could put Palantir right up there with the longest of long duration assets, which is in an environment where rates are going to go up. That stock's going to go down more relative to the others that you just named. That's why. You're strengthening my argument to Jimmy that I don't think you could say the IGV in the software industry in totality has found its bottom. Right. So speaking of rates, mortgage rates just continue to go up. Diana Olick has the very latest data for us now. Give us the news, Diana, please.
All right, Scott, the average rate on the 30-year fix just rose 7 basis points today to 6.75%, according to the read just in from Mortgage News Daily. That is
All right, looking for a bounce.
basis points in just the last 10 days. The most recent low was in April at 6.29. That drop came after the sharp spike in rates at the start of the war when they went from 5.99 at the end of February to 6.64 by the end of March. We're now higher than that. Stocks of the big three builders, D.R. Horton, Lennar, and Pulte, all down on the day. Now, that move from the low of 5.99 to now 6.75 is a meaningful change in the housing affordability math. Buyer putting down 20% on a $420,000 home, roughly the national median. Their monthly principal and interest payment has gone from $2,012 to $2,179, a
a difference of $167 and add up the rising oil prices, and that it's real money, Scott.
I was just thinking about that. Yeah, that gas prices and some not good. Diana, thank you very much. That's Diana Oleg. All right, we're going to take a break. So we've got 3 moves that I didn't get to. I'll do that at the top of the next block. Got some calls of the day to get to as well. See you too.
I just fed you. What? Don't you see the food?
Transformation is always messy. And when it's messy, people that you've known your whole career, or people that you've done business with, it takes them a little while to warm up to what you're doing. So that's why even those relationships that I talked about matter most. But you have to learn in that type of position to have conviction about what you're trying to accomplish, and you have to be comfortable being alone. You have to be comfortable being alone. And I can go on and on about the things I learned about me, the things I learned about the warrior team that we put together at X. Many of them are still there, but managing and navigating such a massive global transformation under the scrutiny of governments all over the world, businesses all over the world, and the media, that was a really hard thing to do. And look, I couldn't have better at the tenure. Look at the stability of the company, the financial stability of the company, brought all the advertisers back, became profitable for the first time. So it's super exciting list of accomplishments.
N32, O61, I-29, I-16.
I was at the store with $12 in my account and an empty fridge. Payday, it's like 3 days away. That's when I opened Till. In less than 5 minutes, I got a Till cash advance up to $400 sent straight to my account. With no interest, no credit check, and no stress. Groceries covered, no guilt, no games. Check out what you're gonna need, get your offer, and move the life with a little less weight. Visit Till.com today. Cash that meets you where you are.
I was barely ready from friends. Basically, I needed cash like now. Then I found this app.
Possible finance.
Downloaded it, and boom, $500 straight to my debit card. Get up to $500 in minutes, even with bad credit, and pay back little by little with no late fees. Possible to lend me money when no one else would.
Gas in my car.
Groceries in my fridge. Possible Finance made it possible. Download the Possible Finance app and get money today. Tap, tap, match up. Skills on fire. Leave right to bright lights. Win big if you play right. Tap, tap, match up. Watch your score climb higher. Watch the game.
At Habitat for Humanity of Horry County Restored, we accept donations and sell new champions appliances, home goods, building materials, and more, all at a fraction of the retail price. Every sale helps us to partner with local families to build rehabilitative care, safe, and affordable homes in our community. With 2 locations of our groups and
MBRT, you know what I hate worse than blasphemous attempts at fashion, like that tie represents?
Yeah.
I hate losing money on trades. I lost money in FTAI, made some in VRT. I'm leveraged enough to the AI cycle, and with my view, there could be a 5% drawdown overall. I just don't want to speak.
And I called him a gentleman yesterday. What a mistake.
Well, everybody knew that that was nonsense the minute that you said it. Why don't you try wearing a tie for a change?
Why?
You also sold Vertiv.
Yeah, same thing. I made money in Vertiv. I lost money FTAI. So I'm just sticking on the sidelines as long as rates keep going up.
Okay, let's do some calls. Lily was reiterated.
All right, S&P, nice little rise there in the S&P.
In fact, you know, when there was at one point in 2024, it was a Meg 7 stock, and that's when we got worried. We sold half the position because the market cap got it to $1 trillion.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. And so I think too many people are focused on obesity. This company has done an amazing job with respect to Crohn's disease and diabetes, and that's why we continue to own the name.
GE Healthcare, the target is cut by $15 to $80 at Argus. They still like it, Joe.
Well, I think a lot of cuts are going to happen as it relates to the price target for this company. It's still a little bit way too high. We bought it in the recent rebalance. The stock is wallowing near a 52-week low. But if you get a rotation in the
Zero
market,
DTE.
you're going to see a lot of these medical device names that are ultimately going to work. So this is a quality company. It does
Zero
deliver strong revenue
DTE.
growth,
Call
and
sign.
it might actually be
Size.
at a good cyclical moment in the market where it plays into the medical devices' favor if you get the rotation away from momentum.
Okay, so we just said you sold the XBI.
I did.
Okay. Do you still own Gilead, though?
I do.
So square that for me when you answer the question of the target getting cut to 150 at Daiwa.
Yeah.
Today.
So again, remember.
All right, we're starting to move here. S&P is starting to move.
So there are some things.
The technicality.
There's some things that I can't obviously do. Brian, you're going to learn this well.
We know. Thank you.
That you can't do. But I will say this about Gilead: it's bumping right along that 200-day moving average. We believe in that, and it's held support there on multiple tests over the last 30 days.
Okay, so how Met Aerospace target to 300? It's a modest bump, $20.
I like it. I like the spot. You had 19% revenue growth in the last quarter. Over the last 3 years, you delivered 13% revenue growth.
Adobe just continues to see profit taking. There goes NVIDIA. Apple finally turning back up. We can just get Apple to turn. If we can just get Microsoft to turn, I'd be very happy. Okay.
Industrial sector is favored. They benefit right now from the passive flows into the industrial sector as well.
Okay, so we're going to take a break. We'll come back. It's a big day for the Cumulus. He's humble, especially humbled today as he announces a new ETF. We'll talk about the strategy, tell you the stocks that are in it next.
Okay.
Zero DTE. Call sign. Size.
All right, we got futures that are on the move here, looking really good. Futures.
Google Pulse. Long data. SPX. Zero DTE. Call sign.
Okay.
Size.
Listening for Google. Google's starting to turn. Google's starting to turn off the low. Is that going to be enough on Google for a base in this area? Okay, Google. All right, looking pretty good so far. Let's see, Google. NVIDIA's on the move. NVIDIA's starting to move now. NVIDIA cruising back up to positive on the day. S&P. S&P looks good. NVIDIA looking good. NVIDIA coming off the low here. NVIDIA looks good.
Using blockchain as plumbing to increase speed and to reduce fees and basically a better technology for rails. That's not what the SEC is proposing here.
NVIDIA on the move.
Synthetic or wrapped tokenization without issuer consent. So in this case, let's say a third party, like me,
Zero DTE.
real shares,
Size.
Okay.
and then issues blockchain tokens representing claims.
NVIDIA.
Apple in this case never proves it, may not even know it exists, and has no relationship to the token holders. Now, you know, if you're a shareholder of a company, if you have an E-Trade Morgan Stanley account, everyone's probably getting an email that says, you know, would you like to vote on these dividends, or they need your voice? You would get none of that in this case. You would not have the voting rights. Leaving questions as to what happens when there's a split, or a dividend, or a vote. So this is a lot closer to ADRs, CFDs, and of course ETFs. So interestingly, ETFs cannot
Q's
require
Pulse.
the issuer
Long
of
data.
a security to approve to put it in an ETF.
All right, Qs are turning. Long dated calls on the Qs. NVIDIA looking pretty good here. Long dated calls on the Qs. All right, Qs turning.
We're back on Halftime Report. I'm Deirdre Bosa with your CNBC News update. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche was grilled by the Senate about the DOJ's $1.8 billion fund to compensate people who believe they were unfairly prosecuted by the Biden administration.
Netflix and Microsoft doing some weird stuff here. It's like a fund is getting out or something. Okay, IONQ, nice bounce. Apple, nice bounce. Apple. If we can just get Microsoft to turn the corner, that'd be nice. Microsoft still selling. Bizarre for sure. Microsoft. Okay, we're almost half of yesterday's volume. Okay. Stochastic still rising. RSI flat. Okay, futures.
All right, Dee, thank you. Deirdre Bosa. All right, I mentioned into the break, Brian Belsky has a new ETF. HIS is the ticker, which is for what? What is this about?
Well, we launched our own firm after 36 years of working for everybody else.
Cumulus Capital.
Cumulus Investment Strategies. We secured the ticker 6 months ago, so we just try to keep it simple.
Okay.
And we've managed a portfolio like this for almost a decade at various different other places. It's really 45 to 50 stocks based on trying to beat the S&P 500. It's really based on our
S&P. Just watching S&P for now.
Valuation, earnings growth, operating performance, and technicals in sectors, and then rolling it up and trying to find the best stocks for every sector. So the portfolio is represented by a stock from every sector, and obviously we're overweight those areas from a fundamental perspective that we like the most. And there's 4 big stocks right there that we've been in for a long time.
Does it have to be, is that by design that there has to be at least one stock from every sector?
Typically, yes.
With you, I mean, you can design it however you want.
Yeah, typically, yes, we like to, but we're going to be underweight certain areas when we don't want to be, like, for instance, in consumer staples, the only name we really like is Costco.
0 DTE.
But in REITs, sometimes we're not going to be in some names, or utilities is a sector, by the way, that's easy to be underweight, but we actually are overweight utilities right now. So we don't have to own a stock in every sector. We just design it that way to be diversified.
But this is also, as you'll notice from the list, extremely, weighted towards large cap stocks.
Yeah.
Right. From Apple and Amazon to Tesla, a Visa, for example.
0
Walmart,
DTE.
right. I mean, you're looking large.
Yeah, we're looking. This is a large cap S&P 500 product. One of the things you tease me about is what portfolio do you own it in? We have the good fortune of running 4 additional portfolios of value, a SMID, dividend growth. So this is designed to beat the market. We're actually net underweight the Mag 7. We don't own one of the stocks in the Mag 7, so that makes us underweight. And so we've been neutral tech this year, and we've been we had the very good fortune of outperforming. So we've had a great run, and we're going to continue on kind of owning the names that we own for a long time.
So it's a blend strategy. How much is it? What's the expense ratio on it?
I don't have that on the top of my head. You just got me right there.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Ask you a gotcha question.
That's okay. That's okay. We're just excited to be live.
Have you been thinking about that? Did you know you were going to do this when you launched your new firm?
Yes, that's when we were able to secure the ticker symbol.
Micron
We've partnered with an amazing company, ETF Architect, and they've helped us kind of get this past the finish line, and they've been amazing. And again, I'm not the smartest guy on this table, so all we try to do is provide our investors.
All right, NVIDIA's climbing pretty quick here. NVIDIA back almost to the high of the day. NVIDIA looking pretty good. We were looking for a retest of the high of the day. We're almost going to get it here. Almost there.
I mean, they're pretty widely
Almost there.
based on the market cap size. It's interesting
Sandisk
why would you
Shenanigans.
choose a
Zero
Marriott, for
DTE.
example,
Call
over, I don't see like
Sign.
a Hilton. I'm trying to think of why you would select.
Okay, so NVIDIA, looking for a nice follow through on NVIDIA. We got it. Back to the highs of the day, maybe. Yep, looks good.
We own both United and Hilton in our Smith portfolio because they're more mid-cap names.
Okay.
And Delta, we believe, is the best airline overall.
Pulse.
Marriott's a play on
Long dated.
consumer discretionary because we love the brand, we love the way they operate the company. In consumer discretionary, it's been really difficult to pick names.
ARM Holdings continues higher. ARM Holdings.
Tesla and Amazon skew the sector so terribly that you can actually create tracking error and have a bigger position in Marriott,
Cruise Pulse.
and that's how we've been able to
Long dated.
outperform.
Okay.
You know, one of the things I like about strategy is that I view, as does Buffett, as does Tepper, for example, others, that diversification is the enemy of performance. So if you're able to zero on 10% of the S&P essentially,
54 basis points expense ratio.
which is
Thank you.
low. And if you're able to zero in on a concentrated portfolio, and this is concentrated relative to the indices, then you should outperform.
Yeah, in a fairly constant.
And again, so
market.
when we're talking, broadly, like Belsky, what do you think of the market? We're going to be talking about the HIS because that's our primary portfolio. It's our U.S. focused opportunities SMA. It's the same thing on the ETF to try to keep it simple.
Well, this is a bullish portfolio.
Yeah,
This is a
well, we're bullish.
slanted- but that's what I'm saying. This reflects your market view by virtue of the stocks you have. It has to.
Yeah, when
Long dated.
you're a strategist for big banks for a long time and you're schooled in the art of compliance, you got to write about it first, and then you implement it into the portfolios. We're doing the same thing. We haven't changed. So if we're bullish in our written work, which we are, we're going to be bullish in our portfolio.
Okay. No time constraints. You could go in and out.
Zero
you know,
DTE. Call sign.
Relatively low turnover, but when we look at
Okay, S&P is still going here. S&P is still going.
portfolio, this is going to be more active than, let's say, the SMAs for tax reasons.
Okay. All right. Good stuff. Congrats.
Thank you so much.
S&P climbing. S&P 500 is climbing. Looks really good here. All right, heading back up to the high today. We were looking for that 7350 level, which got added.
Long dated.
This level, this 7350 got added right there, 99 percentile. Okay, that wasn't there this morning. If we go back to the open, okay, you can see at the open there was a cluster here. There was a cluster here, but it wasn't 99%. The one that was 99% was the 7330. 7330. And when we scroll forward, we have the hedge flows turning up, and this one got added, 7350. Okay, 2.5 billion at the moment. Climbing, S&P continues to climb. All right, looks good. Looks good. We can just get Microsoft to come off the low. I don't know what's going on with Microsoft. It looks like somebody, an institution or whatever, was just reducing exposure. It's been selling all morning. All right, NVIDIA's still pushing though. NVIDIA is almost back to the high today that we hit first thing this morning. ARM Holdings following through. Okay, you can hear in the background Q Pulse, longer dated calls on Q getting bought. Okay, that could be as near as Friday. Q, you can see these continue to move higher. Okay, IO and Q is up. There goes Tesla's turning the corner. Tesla, watch Tesla here. Tesla turning. Mm-hmm.
Sandisk Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Deep puts. NVIDIA Pulse. Long dated. Tesla Pulse. Spider Pulse.
Okay, we continue to grind higher, S&P. Okay, looking good. S&P 500.
Zero DTE, call side.
Qs continue to climb. Qs continue to climb. You can hear those longer dated calls coming across. A bit overbought right now, RSI. Let's shift to the 3-minute. Let's go to the 3-minute. Okay, lots of volume. You see the volume right there.
Emily Wilkins on the Hill. What are we learning, Em?
Hey, Scott, well, the Republican path to holding on to the Senate after this midterm might have just gotten a little more difficult now that President Trump has come out with an endorsement for Ken Paxton in the Texas Senate primary in a Truth Social post, a lengthy Truth Social post. Won't go into the whole thing, but Trump did say that Ken is a true MAGA warrior who is always
S&P climbing more.
to do so in the United States Senate. Now, of course, this means that Trump is going against incumbent Senator John Cornyn. He's seen a little bit more in the traditional Republican mold. And again, Cornyn was kind of seen as the best opportunity for Republicans to be able to win against Democrat James Talarico. Paxton, because he is a little bit more in that MAGA mold, there are concerns that independents might wind up
Tesla, longer dated calls being bought.
potentially allow Democrats to pick up Texas, which they need if they want to be able to control the Senate next year. And of course, this is one in a number of now moves that Trump has made.
S&P, nice climb there, S&P.
We saw it play out in Louisiana, and we're going to be keeping a close eye on Kentucky tonight. Scott?
Emily, thank you. That's Emily Wilkins, our senior markets commentator and overtime co-anchor. Mike Santoli joins us now. I guess we'll have a little bit of a wait and see before NVIDIA. I know, yields, as much as yields have gone up, the move lower in stocks isn't necessarily
NVIDIA at the high. NVIDIA at the high.
magnitude of the move that we've seen in yields. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. No, we had the makings of a kind of more dramatic reckoning for stocks than we've seen so far, based on what's happening with yields.
Hedge flows trying to turn the corner. Hedge flows trying to turn the corner. We're above these levels now. Overhead starting to build 7,400. 7,400 starting to build, and got a few nodes up here. Okay.
Usually means a strong short-term uptrend. Maybe it's just gotten tested and is intact, and now we're trading over it. So far, so good. Although I do think you have to be sensitive to the fact that we're not always going to magically be able to rotate away from strength.
Okay, Apple turning really nice now. Apple turning nice. Okay, Apple turning back up. Apple.
I mean, it certainly would be more meaningful if the fundamentals matched the 10% decline in semis, for example, and the fundamentals,
Apple.
People's eyes just don't, and that's why there's going to be dip buying like you're seeing right now.
Well, there's no doubt that the direction of fundamentals are positive in terms of earnings revisions and everything, but stock prices overshoot all the time. Even great fundamentals, prices can overshoot to a fair degree, and that's always been the case, and that's with the extreme divergences we've seen. People have been pointing out the crowding effect in semis to the exclusion of almost everything else. I think that's the part that has to be dealt with in market terms, but without a doubt, I mean, prices have been going in the same direction as the fundamental story there.
I'll see you at 3. Mike, thanks. Mike Santoli coming up. Options action with Oliver Rennick. He's flagging some big bets today in the travel trade. He's got the action next.
This comes amid the kickoff of Google's annual I/O conference, where investors are. Time now for the breakdown. Today, we want to welcome in George Silla, senior markets correspondent, taking a look at Alphabet Google here. All right, George, we have a little bit of a turnaround happening in the market. Not yet for Alphabet Google right
Zero
now. What do you want to
DTE,
hear?
call side. Size.
Well, I mean, I think if you look at Alphabet as a stock, even though we've had a couple of days sell-off Friday, yesterday, and even potentially today, it's actually held up quite well. I mean, the stock is still up about 25% year to date, up over 100% over the last 2 weeks. I think this is really a company that's just generating tremendous amounts of revenues and cash flows associated with integrating AI within its entire ecosystem. I think the news today just adds another compelling story for Google's TPU or Tensor Processing Unit Technologies. This joint venture with Blackstone for a new AI cloud company essentially adds to about a 500 megawatts compute as a service based joint venture with Blackstone, to which point they're going to be utilizing Google's Tensor Processing Units. One of the things about looking at the other computing as a service-based businesses like CoreWeave or Nebius Group, for instance, those businesses use NVIDIA's GPUs. So I suggest what's happening here is Google is making significant, push into the application semiconductor space with their TPU technologies, which are very power efficient. They're not as good as, of course, NVIDIA's GPUs, but nonetheless may be good enough, essentially because we know that the prices for the NVIDIA GPUs are quite high. I think at the end of the day, too, Google's AI platform is very unique in terms of integration, creative tools within their ecosystem. And even if you look at their cloud business last quarter when they reported tremendous growth, 64% year over year, $20 billion just in cloud revenue alone, operating margins in that division 33% from 18% for the previous year. And the backlog for computing as a service for Google in the cloud is $462 billion, which is essentially more than all of last year's sales of $422 billion.
Okay, and I'm glad you mentioned CoreWeave and Nebius. CoreWeave is under pressure amid this, down more than 5%. We've been watching Nebius as well, as you mentioned, because of that relationship with NVIDIA. So this obviously looks like a threat to them. How should we read through in terms of the price action today in Alphabet, Google? Is that just more related to the broader market?
Well, I think it is. Like I said just a moment ago, I think if you look at the performance of Alphabet or Google stock, the last couple of days we've seen a pretty significant sell-off in some of the higher beta areas of the tech stack. Memory, Micron was down in the low $600 range. SanDisk, Western Digital, Qualcomm, AMD also. I think just Google is just well positioned in terms of its business, its ecosystem. Advertising revenue is, of course, still about 90% of total sales, but the cloud revenue has been growing. And not to mention YouTube. I mean, there's over 350 million active subscribers to their platform, and that's been growing quite nicely as well. And effectively, I just look at the net income margins for the business. I mean, they generated $160 billion net after all expenses were paid last year, about $420 billion in sales. So they just keep inching higher in terms of margins, total sales. And of course, their AI ecosystem is very cost effective because they're making so much money on their other programs and platforms versus maybe, of course, some of the challenges that companies like OpenAI or ChatGPT and maybe Anthropic based on financing needs, where Google is really very financially sufficient compared to those other two names that are competing in AI.
Tesla Pulse.
I like the way you put that, financially sufficient and probably then some. Thank you, George. That's George Sillis, Senior Markets Correspondent with a look at Alphabet Google. So let's get Kevin back in here for example trade purposes. Kevin, I was talking to Kevin Mond earlier today from Pinion and Wash, and he has a new characterization for a new group we should look at, he says. He calls it Air 7, the AI revolution. And in that group, he sees Alphabet, Google, and NVIDIA. Many of the other names that we know in the Mag 7 are not in that group, and how he looks at things. But your final thoughts on Alphabet, Google before your example trade?
Yeah, this is, despite the stock being down 2% today, this is a threat to Nebius and CoreWeave. This new deal that they're involved, because they're making their own chips. They're putting the cloud and making their own chips. It's a big deal. And Google Alphabet wins. Usually, whatever they're in, they dominate. So it's pretty interesting turn of events here. But, this stock has run a long way. It's down, $8 or $9 today, the last time I looked. So the spread I looked at, the paper money trade that I looked at for Google was just something more almost range bound, Diane, which means that the stock just stays in this range.
you can be profitable. This is the spread because the strike I chose, which is just the 1 week, May 29th, May 22nd, 400 put call calendar, just targets the 400 strike, but you don't have to get to 400. That's the forgiving nature of the calendar spread. If it stays range bound, this spread would eventually become profitable at the end of the week. But this is one that, the debit is $2.10, trading closer to $2 now as the stock has drifted a bit lower. But this is a neutral to bullish calendar spread because what differentiates it? The strike you choose, right? The strike I chose is very close to where the stock is trading now, just $10, $12, $13. And that's not a big gap in a name like Google Alphabet. So this is one that just plays for almost a range bound to slightly bullish move. And it's risk defined trading, like I said, right around
Snowflake.
now, Diane. And this, you're looking for a move up towards 400, but you don't need it to get all the way there to be profitable here, Diane.
What made you pick a range-bound approach today?
Because just looking at the chart, observing the overall market, and if the market gets choppy here and goes back and forth and just spend some time in this area, this kind of trade with a range-bound posture to it will actually do quite well because volatility will stay high, yet the daily decay will still work in Google Alphabet.
All right, Alphabet Google right now under some mild pressure, but coming off of the lows of the session. We'll see if things turn around and if it remains range bound. Thank you, Kevin. That's going to do it for us today on Fast Market. I'm Diane King Hall. Alongside Kevin Hayes, our thanks to Joe Mazzola. Download the Schwab Network app. It is available in the App Store and tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com. Stick around. You've got Next Gen Investing with Jenny Horn and Alex Coffey coming up.
What is unique about Schwab Coaching is the community.
There's a lot of energy, like-minded people are learning with you.
You can just see and feel all the excitement around getting to learn a new topic.
Some of you want to get everything face to face with you and 400 or 500 of your closest friends.
Some clients like to be in the privacy of their own home on an online workshop, but still having that live interaction with the coach.
As I'm talking, questions are coming in from that live audience. They help me fill in those gaps as an educator.
People learn differently, but all those ways we actually teach it all come back to the point of making a difference and helping you make progress. And so that means
Microsoft turning off the low. Microsoft.
practical implementation using our platform.
So we want it to be fun. We want it to be informative. And most of all, we want you to walk away with a skill set and independently be successful in achieving your goals.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered. Get inside the mind.
S&P 500, a little profit taking on the futures.
A higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute. With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists, streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com. For instant reactions, earnings breakdowns, and hot takes that teach you about stocks and markets, follow me on X at @NPetalides and connect with me, Nicole Petalides, on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram. I'm Sam Barnes, live from the New York Stock Exchange. When the market
Xterra Energy, NEE, I love their purchase of Dominion Energy. That was the deal of the day yesterday. Farmer Jim.
Transocean, don't fall asleep on this one.
Twice.
How about for all the reasons I said before?
Okay, appreciate that. Merck. Healthcare. Joe T. All right, I will see you at 3 o'clock, see what this market does. The exchange is now.
Scott, thank you very much, and welcome to the exchange. I'm Kelly Evans. We'll get to bond yields, chip stocks, and this market sell-off, all of that this hour. But let's begin with the stock of the moment, Google, or Alphabet. The company's flagship developer conference, known as I/O, kicks off this hour. The shares are down slightly right now, but they've seen a huge rise in the past year of 132%. Its market cap has gone from $2.2 trillion to $4.8 trillion, as it's gone from a laggard to a leader in the AI space. Look at November last year when Gemini 3 was released. You see that levitation on the chart there. Salesforce CEO Mark Benioff said he'll never go back to ChatGPT. On top of that, Google has partnerships with all the big AI players, and it just announced a new AI cloud company with Blackstone. By the way, Google also has a stake in SpaceX that could be worth more than $100 billion. Still, they have to fend off the growing behemoth that is Anthropic, the maker of Claude tools for coding and the workplace. So how will Google respond? Let's get straight to Mackenzie Sigalos with a preview. She's in Mountain View today with what we're expecting. Mackenzie?
Hey, Kelly. So CEO Sundar Pichai imminently taking the stage here in Mountain View for Google's biggest AI showcase of the year. Google's broader pitch today is pretty clear. It's got less drama than the other AI labs and a more vertically integrated AI business already sitting inside of products that billions of people use. Now, the key things to watch today, whether we get Gemini 4, which would help Google argue that it's back at the top of the leaderboard against rivals. New AI agents for coding.
All right, Tesla's on the move here. Tesla, I don't have any Tesla, do I? I don't have any Tesla. Tesla, nice hammer. Tesla with a nice hammer just underneath the 200-day. Tesla.
NVIDIA Pulse, SAS, Q's Pulse, Zero DTE,
independent AI infrastructure business that they're launching with them, a huge endorsement of their TPU business. And finally, Kelly, DeepMind is central to all of this right now. I'm going to be speaking to their CTO.
All right, I just bought some Google. I bought Google. Okay. 400, 405 for August. August, 400, 405. August, 400, 405. Call. Scaling in. Google conference.
Our next guest raised his price target on Google earlier this month from $385 to $515. We're at $390 right now. Andrew Boone is managing director and equity research analyst at Citizens. Andrew, it's great to have you here. What are you expecting today?
I think the big announcement that I'm expecting is a new model, and then I'm also looking for whatever new agentic services Google is going to roll out for consumers. So how do they increase the automation of what can Google offer, basically in terms of shopping, in terms of services, in terms of basically overall search that takes away more of the consumer friction in terms of just increasing the usage of AI across their platform?
So agentic AI, I mean, not to be super obvious, but let's just break that down for a second. If we go back to I/O, and I/O stands for input output, as I understand. I'm not a developer, but it's speaking their language. If we go back a year, this time last year, they did
Tesla climbing here. Tesla climbing.
DeepThink. We didn't really yet. The market didn't fully understand how transformational. Certainly, once they got to Gemini 3, these products would be. So, how important is the agentic aspect of this announcement today to help them play? I don't know if we call it catch up.
Okay, it looks like Tesla's going to continue to turn back up. Tesla.
I think there are two pieces there, one of which is kind of the enterprise side.
TSLA.
So I expect
QSLA.
something that is more akin to a coding assistant. I think that is less important versus the overall move towards agentic. So if I think about kind of the medium term, agentic is certainly the future in terms of what AI will be from a consumer perspective. So what can AI do on behalf of users to basically simplify their lives? And my real question of what I'm looking for today is kind of where we are on that timeline, right? How far can Google kind of pull forward those use cases, and what comes first? Is that reservation booking? Is it just various aspects of search? Like, what exactly is it? And we'll see that today.
Is it super? Look, we've all been waiting for and talking about agentic AI, and some even say this is when we hit this, artificial general intelligence moment. And
Yep.
I don't know. I don't know if all that's a bit of a sideshow because, to be honest, it's Claude and it's Codex. I mean, it's Claude especially where these huge revenue growth.
Tesla climbing.
And so I'm just not sure.
Amazon, Google, Microsoft turning the corner. So all these dips are getting bought right now. S&P back to the highs. All right, a little bit of profit taking leading to more upside. Looking good. S&P.
Kind of experiences, if you will. And if I think about what Google's been really good at, is that they have 7 products with 2 billion users. And so they're really the consumer side of it. And so if I think about what they can offer,
All right, a little bit of profit taking on the S&P. Now it's moving higher.
so we've seen that with search, right?
S&P. All right, so it continues to move higher. Hedge flows are still rising. Hedge flows still rising. Mondo.
So yes, I hear what you're saying. Like Claude Code is amazing. We're trying to integrate that across everything that we do here, and I think that's true of every enterprise. But consumer usage is different, right?
Let's see. You got some levels right here. Okay, so I would look at next level 7390 resistance. 7390 resistance.
I do think it's important to have a great consumer product, and they do. Gemini is fabulous. It's as good as ChatGPT. I think they're
Okay. More importantly, all the fangs are turning, with the exception of Netflix. New York fangs are turning.
if Gemini is as good as ChatGPT, but Google has so many other aspects to its monetization that OpenAI doesn't, I think that's where the market cap is rewarding them.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're seeing that in search, right? Search has gotten better. Search is close to 20% growth as of last quarter.
Okay. Grover's signal is very strong here.
Helping to unlock what is a first set of queries, and people are now realizing that you can just do more with search. And so I'd argue that the search TAM, the opportunity of search advertising, has now expanded, and you're moving into queries that are now incremental. Whereas before, people kind of questioned, okay, if I'm spending brand dollars, is that really supportive of the search budget, or is it something different? Now you're having full-on product discovery that's taking place in search.
Yes.
And so you're right.
Yeah.
It is improving the overall consumer experience.
Q's looking good. Q's are
Long dated. Spider Pulse. AMD Pulse. Micron Pulse. Zero DTE. Put strip. SanDisk Pulse. NVIDIA Pulse. SPS Pulse. Zero DTE. Core
As I understand, a more efficient way to try to do AI.
7390 and then 7405 Mondo. 7405.
Here today that might say, hey, if they're trying to get more customers, more clients to also use TPUs, is there a need to keep an eye on NVIDIA, which was at a record high, yes, just a few days ago, but is it a competitive threat?
Yeah, I think TPUs are expanding, and you look at the announcement yesterday from Google and Blackstone, right? $5 billion of equity that's going to go into data centers. What we're unlocking here is Google's IP around chips, and what they're doing is they're creating chip sales into their own data centers to be able to support GCP in a different way, right? Anthropic has kind of verified this in terms of a massive partnership between the two businesses utilizing TPUs. That suggests that, hey, look, for inference on a cost basis, you're seeing a major provider that is underwriting what is Google's chipset. And so I think for today, what am I looking for? We already know that the next set of chips are going to be inference and training based. That already got announced the last quarter. But then how do we think about chip sales? How do we think about partnerships like Blackstone to be able to create the distribution
for Google's chipset more broadly. And so I'm looking for additional partnerships, but we kind of got that yesterday.
Right, and you're saying, looking for $3 billion of TPU-related revenue this year, up to $25 billion by 2027.
Very nice.
As an example there. Finally, of the other things that we might
Cool.
hear from the company today, Gemini AI features, Android 17 updates, smart glasses. I always feel like you want to kind of fade smart glasses, Pixel, other hardware teasers. I mean, anything on that list that gets you excited or that you think really matters to the main narrative here?
Well, I want to double click on smart glasses because I think it's just so important, right? If you look at like major compute platforms, you had desktop, right? Microsoft really won that. That's a $1 trillion business. You had Apple winning Google. That's another $1 trillion business. My next question, what we're trying to think through right now.
All right, Tesla continues to rise. Google's on the move. Google is probably not a bad idea.
What does a true personal assistant in an agentic sense start to look like? And can that be in the form of glasses, where that's the major next compute platform for consumers? And everything suggests that, hey,
SoFi, let me see, SoFi. SOFI. It's that support.
10 years of what that could be. Meta sold 7 million glasses last year in terms of the Ray-Ban Metas, right? I fully expect to get a preview of what are Google smart glasses this I/O. I think it could be a big deal if I look out kind of 3 to 5 years.
All right. We'll see what they say today, and then the take up, and still what the journey that they've been on to go from, we say, remember, what was it, what was their original AI, Bard? Was it Bard? Am I thinking of that correctly, Andrew? When we go back a couple of years, they've come a very, very long way to the leader.
Gemini is a better name.
Yes, Gemini is great. The market cap. Andrew, thanks for the time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Andrew Booth, Citizens, joining us today. Turning now to our other big story, as you can see there, it's surging global interest rates. The 10-year U.S. Treasury yield jumping to its highest level in more than a year. The high today was 4.68%. The long bond at a 19-year high. This follows the rising in Japan, the UK, Germany, and France. And Fed futures now show the likelihood of a December rate hike at 55%. Is the bond market trying to force the Fed to hike rates here, just as Kevin Warsh takes office? Sam Stovall is Chief Investment Strategist at CFRA. He's here alongside Peter Bookvar, Chief Investment Officer at One Point BFG Wealth Partners. He's also a CNBC contributor. Sam, I'll just
SoFi, I might join you there. I might join you.
Kelly, good to talk to you again. Hey, Peter. I think essentially that it's sort of a domino effect where we're seeing higher oil prices that are leading to increased inflation readings, higher bond yields, and as a result, the likelihood of a new rate hike. And then if you also inject history into this, you find that in each of the last 6 new Fed chairs, going back to 1978, their first move was to raise interest rates. And in 8 of the 9, going back to World War II, the same was the case, that the next move was to hike interest rates. And I think that's what's causing it. We all know how the market performs once the Fed starts raising rates.
Peter, what triggered the latest bout of selling pressure?
I think it's worries about debts and deficits, and I think the U.S. Treasury market has become a source of funds for those foreign holders. If you look at the 10-year increase in yield over the past week and a half, it's been all real yield. So that tells me it's more than just inflation here. And just to quantify foreign ownership as being a potential issue here, foreigners own about 30% of the U.S. Treasury market. They own about 30% of the UK gilt market. They own about 50% of the French boat market. And they own even more of the
Grover, I just joined you. The 2028.
dealing with this very big rise in energy prices in particular that are now looking to subsidize consumer spending. And they're potentially selling treasuries. Now, the Bank of Japan, of course, most of the JGB market is owned by the BOJ.
I joined you.
Domestic savers. So that's not necessarily the case there. That is just a case of deteriorating debts and deficits. We just saw another jump in the JGB yield in response to the likelihood that the Prime Minister is asking now for a supplementary budget on top of an overnight rate that's only at 0.75% when inflation is running well above that. So my point is that this is more than just worries about inflation.
Peter, did you see the story about, I don't know how much truth there is to it, but that UK officials were looking to cap supermarket prices? How do stories like that, when we see them, fit into what's happening with the sell-off, also their political turmoil, fit into the sell-off in the UK?
Triple
How
semi-point.
important is that from a global perspective?
Well, just another form of price control.
All right, Apple continues to push higher. Tesla, nice follow through. Looking good, Tesla.
Furthering the higher inflation. It's a good political talking point, particularly now that Keir Starmer
Qs. S&P is still going. All right,
Nvidia Pulse,
still going.
Tesla Pulse, Zero
who's going to be
DTE,
more
Pulse.
prudent with fiscal policy and who is going to be less. And when particularly Barner, who is the market's worried about,
Triple
with
semi-pulse,
him potentially in
long
the lead,
dated.
there's been another obviously leg higher in gilt yields.
And Sam, yes, it's pushing up mortgage rates. Yes, we're at the highest level.
All right, looks like right at 73.90 and 74.05. 73.90 and then 74.05. But those are earning 97%.
This level Sam has on stocks. We have a minor sell-off today, but so far nothing that looks like panic.
Well, you're absolutely right. When you go back to 1954, you see actually the
Long
average
date.
yield was in the 5.5%.
S&P is still going, looking really good. Looking really good.
Even to that longer term average. But it doesn't mean that investors are going to be happy with rate increases. Essentially, what we found is that in the 1 month after the Fed has
Nvidia
raised from
Pulse,
an
long
easing
dated,
cycle,
deep calls.
the S&P
Zero
declined
DTE,
about 3%
call side.
falling, and
Size.
all observations going back to 1990 when Greenspan started being transparent with Fed funds changes, and you typically find all sectors underperforming with the defensives holding up better than consumer discretionary and financials.
And so quickly, Sam, do you see anything in that pattern starting to emerge here now?
I think so, because we are getting a new Fed chair. We are seeing higher rates, and as Peter was mentioning, other aspects beyond.
All right, S&P continues to climb. Nvidia is ripping higher, so is Apple. All right, IONQ, nice follow through. AAOI with a nice bounce. After a couple of days off, these are following through. Netflix and Microsoft are pissing me off. Those are unfortunate. It's got to be an institution. Somebody taking this off a fund or whatever. Not sure what they're doing here. Okay, so Microsoft is off. It's trying to turn the corner. Netflix is off. That's at the lows too. IWM, big change in direction on IWM. Maybe IWM, this is maybe the 10-year yield will turn down now. IWM.
Google Pulse, long dated.
IWM. Let's see. Can we get back to 275? IWM 275.
Zero DTE, call side. Size.
Mm-hmm. Netflix still pulling back.
Zero DTE, call side.
IWM, big reversal on IWM. Potential.
Zero DTE, call side. Size.
Big reversal on IWM. I see you're already in it, Mondo. Okay, cool. Mondo's already in it. Okay.
Zero DTE, call side. Size.
IWM, I bought some June here on IWM. Okay, June, 26 days. All right. 275, 280.
SanDisk Pulse.
275, 280. Call spread for cheap. For cheap. Okay, IWM. Big reversal in IWM.
Welcome back. NVIDIA trying to avoid a 3-day losing streak. It's fractionally higher now, although the stock hit an all-time high just last week. And with earnings on deck tomorrow, our next guest is staying cautious. He says the bar is high and NVIDIA is facing serious supply constraints. He's sticking with his sell rate, the only sell on the street. Jay Goldberg is senior analyst at Seaport.
Okay, Tesla's starting to see a little profit taking.
Thank you.
So sell is sharper than a hold. I mean, it's one thing to say it's fully valued and so forth. Yeah, I don't think anyone would get out there and try to short this thing.
No, the way I position this is not so much as a sell or short. I've never told anyone to short it, but I do think it is.
All right, Microsoft trying to turn the corner. ARM Holdings. Man, what a move on ARM Holdings.
NVIDIA has outperformed most of the semiconductor complex. There are other stocks that are just better positioned to take advantage of it right now.
Although supply constraints, I mean, in the very long run, that's a bullish thing. Much worse if they get to the point where no one wants the chips.
Amazon
but it's still a serious
Long
issue.
dated.
So what do you foresee facing up as challenges for this market?
Well, they've said repeatedly that they're sold out, right? And I think this is the root of the problem is once you're sold out, there's no ability to deliver upside to expectations. This is a heavily scrutinized stock. We all have a pretty good estimate of how much capacity they have, how much allocation they get from TSMC, and it's hard for them to surprise to the upside. Lots of expectations built in there because there's so much demand for AI. It's just hard for NVIDIA to excite beyond the sort of traditional, beyond that.
Don't you think, though, that if they were not going to be able to meet the quarter or meet the numbers, that more people would be on? I mean, and maybe not. Who was it the other day? Was it Seagate, one of the companies who was talking about how, again, the supply constraints are a major issue?
That's right, and I think the supply constraints are going to get worse.
Okay, let's see, ARM.
Everything is backed up across the ecosystem, and that's actually this weird phenomenon where NVIDIA is leaving money on the table. They can't get, they can't supply any more chips, and that's opened the door to their competitors. We've seen a lot of big announcements this year from pretty much anyone else who has a competing part. We see Intel and AMD both taking advantage of that opportunity to pick up some share.
Exactly. Two quick final questions. One about the quarter specifically. What are your expectations?
I think they'll come in sort of a little bit ahead of expectations. I think they'll guide up a little bit, but not enough to change the trajectory of the story.
Okay. And then on the question, we have this meanwhile Google I/O event happening where they're excited, or they already made some announcements about TPUs and opening that up and pushing for more partners. Does that make them at some point more of a viable competitor to NVIDIA?
Google is absolutely a viable competitor for NVIDIA today. I would argue that to date they're the biggest competitor NVIDIA has in the market right now. Anytime anyone NVIDIA doesn't get a deal, it's gone to Google's TPUs. And next year it gets worse. We have AMD coming on stream, and so I think Google is become a pretty formidable threat in this market.
And I know I said I only had two more, but I'm going to sneak in a quick third, which is the significance of the OpenAI trial and the way that that's sort of working out. It appears that they are going to prevail over Musk. This comes after months of intense
Okay, nice move on ARM Holdings.
about its future earnings. So at least they don't have a major bill potentially to pay. But OpenAI is an important part of the whole NVIDIA ecosystem, is it not? Does removing that cloud kind of help generate more upside potentially?
Zero DTE.
I think one thing that's clear is that there is strong demand for AI, and it is steadily growing. People are finding new ways to use these models. The models are becoming more useful. I didn't follow
Tesla, a little profit taking. NVIDIA still pushing here. NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA still pushing up. We're looking for institutions to show some signs of support. Oh, there goes Google. I did buy some Google on that dip with that conference. with the conference underway. Let's see, NVIDIA.
If you look at all the press releases that OpenAI and
Tesla
others have
Pulse.
done, it's pretty much every vendor out there. And I think that the key is to look for the ones that are the contract is finalized and the deal is financed. And Cerebras, I don't think this is clear, but they're certainly a very interesting. Technically, as you know, as a tech enthusiast, I can geek out about their solution. It's pretty interesting. Commercially, I think remains to be seen how well they'll do.
All right, shares at 325 today for Cerebras. Jay, thanks very much, and we'll see what happens tomorrow. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Jay Goldberg with Seaport Research Partners. Speaking of tech, don't miss an exclusive interview with Jeff Bezos tomorrow morning. He'll be live with Andrew Ross Sorkin at the Blue.
Okay, NVIDIA, nice little run up on NVIDIA as well. Okay, we're right up the high. We took out the high of the day. Now we're up here. High of the day. Okay, nice run up if you took this earlier when we were looking for it to test the highs. IONQ back up to the highs of the day. SoFi, looking for that to follow through.
SPX Pulse. Long dated. Deep puts.
Okay, T1 Energy. That's looking pretty good. Higher highs, higher lows. It's been trending all morning since the little dip first thing. All right, T1 looks good. All right, so some stocks are seeing some profit taking at the moment. IWM, nice reversal.
Size. Long dated.
Okay, let's see. IWM still running here. Okay. All right, let's see what the 10-year looks like. 10-year yield. US 10-year. Okay, that's backing off a little bit. US 20-year. Okay, that's at 5.18%.
AMD Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans. 0 DTE. Call side. Size. Size. 0 DTE. Call side.
Tired of paying retail prices for name brand furniture? Take advantage of factory direct prices at America's Furniture Warehouse in Myrtle Beach, with over 90,000 square feet of name brand furniture jam-packed ready for delivery with factory direct prices. Visit America's Furniture Warehouse today.
All right. Let's see if we can get some more out of this today. S&P, first area of a decent amount of profit taking. Well, we pull back a little bit. Let's see if we can get another higher high. Okay, we ran into some resistance levels that we were expecting anyway. Right here at 73.90. We're right at that level right now. Next level up, 74.05. Can we get to 74.05? Hedge flows continue to rise.
This comes as two-time champion SpaceX prepares for a record-breaking IPO. So we're taking a look at the other potential IPOs on this year's list with none other than Julia Borsted, who leads our Disruptor 50 franchise. She's here at the studio with a closer look. I got a little taste of this, Julia. You let me judge a little bit this year. Holy cow, the number of companies, and there's a lot to pick from. So anyway, on the IPO question, over to you.
Well, thank you for being involved in Disruptor 50. It really is a company-wide initiative, and it's such a great opportunity to look at what's going on.
All right, so more profit taking. All right, Microsoft. Microsoft's probably a good entry. Microsoft.
SpaceX and Stripe are expected to go public this year.
This follows 47 IPOs this year, raising at least $50 million compared to 22 at this point last year, according to Renaissance Capital. Now, the two companies that went public from last year's list, Figma and Navan, are both trading well below their debuts, reflecting concern about valuations amid competition from the hyperscalers. Other past disruptors that went public last year, Chime, Klarna, and Wealthfront, are also down double digits.
All right, so Microsoft, we're looking for this to turn right now. Microsoft watching this for a turn. Watch Microsoft here. Okay, watch for Microsoft to potentially turn. Okay. Okay, stop underneath the low. Microsoft, stop under the low right here.
There were many areas that 5 years ago, it would have been much more, I think, about pure software at that point.
Yeah, so it's definitely true that AI continues to dominate, which is what we've seen the past couple of years. But there are some new trends within AI. And one of those trends is this idea of vibe coding, this idea of using AI to code. And we have 3 companies that are vibe coding companies on this year's Disruptor 50 list.
Watch Microsoft here. Microsoft looking pretty good.
Many of them about enterprise AI. And then, yes, we have some key defense tech disruptors. And what's so interesting to me about the defense sector is you have companies like Saronic, which is a pure defense company, which is making, actual physical devices which are used.
All right, Microsoft, watch this. I'm going to post this on StockTwits and get a bunch of people behind us, perhaps.
Sanders pumps, long dated, deep calls,
shenanigans.
Zero DT
transition. Those were kind of the last of the fintech software, whatever you want to call it, group. Yeah. Now here come the AI.
So the Disruptor 50, these are the private venture-backed companies. When they go public, they graduate from the list and they join our index. And there we've seen some companies underperform, in part because they were so highly valued before their IPOs. And then we've seen a sort of reversion towards maybe more reasonable valuations, especially when it comes to these software fintech companies. And there's been such great growth when it comes to the AI infrastructure space. So it'll be
Microsoft, watch it here.
Like SpaceX perform. Many people have told me SpaceX is in a class of its own. And then, of course, we're waiting to see what happens with Databricks, another massive company that can't call that a startup.
Oh, gosh, no. These are established Anthropic, OpenAI, all
private giants.
Yes, and they're going to test exactly what you said.
All right, Microsoft starting to come now. Come back up. Watch Microsoft here.
Julia, thanks. It's a great list. Appreciate you being here. For the full list, you can go over to cnbc.com/disruptors. And don't miss Julia's interview with the CEO of Waabi next hour, autonomous vehicle startup on the long-haul trucking space. They're number 27, debuted at 35 last year, so they're not in the charts. Julia, thanks. Let's get to Deirdre Bosa now for a CNBC News update. Hi, Deirdre.
Hey, Kelly. Russian President Vladimir Putin arrived in Beijing for a summit with Chinese leader Xi Jinping just days after President Trump's visit to the country. It comes as the two leaders aim to reinforce ties between the nations and make progress on a long-stalled energy project. China's foreign ministry says this is Putin's 25th visit to the country. The New York Times filed a second lawsuit against the Pentagon over its rules restricting press access to the building and military officials. The Times argues that a requirement that journalists be escorted while on Pentagon grounds violates the First Amendment. A Defense Department spokesperson said the lawsuit is an attempt for the outlet to get its hands on classified information. And the
All right, ARM Holdings looking good.
San Jose as its city for the 2026 season. The league previously announced new teams in Detroit, Las Vegas, Hamilton, Ontario. San Jose will be the league's 12th team and its first in California. This is a very welcome development for me and my family, Kelly. Back over to you.
California hockey, I get it. They can put ice anywhere these days. Are you guys
Spider pumps, long dated.
I guess, yeah, you're from Canada. You're required to be. Anyway, Deirdre, thanks. Deirdre Bosa. Coming up, a deep dive into the global bond breakdown that we're seeing around the world. Yields spiking from the U.S. to Germany and Japan. what's driving the direction of the world's debt, and what it means for currencies as well. Stay with us.
Let's see.
Nvidia Pulse, long dated. Nvidia Pulse, long dated.
GCTS.
Okay, we're still holding on. Okay, Adobe is starting to turn. So some of these software names that were oversold this morning, looks like institutions may be selling these down to try to get more shares. Hard to say. Adobe's starting to turn. Microsoft's starting to turn.
SPX Pulse,
Okay.
Micron Pulse,
Watching Microsoft. Microsoft. Okay, trying to get this to turn. I'm not gonna waste too much time thinking about it, but we need to get above 430. That'd be nice to see a quick rally.
Micron Pulse, long dated.
NVIDIA, AMD, ASML. NVIDIA's back to green. Yep, back to green.
SPX Pulse, long dated.
Only Taiwan Semi was down a little bit. ASML, Micron, AMD, NVIDIA all turning up. IWM.
The bond vigilantes are back. The 30-year Treasury yields hitting their highest level in nearly 2 decades here, while the 10-year sits at a Jan 25
Nvidia
high.
Pulse,
And these moves
long
aren't
dated.
just here in the U.S. Rates are rising globally, with Germany, France, the UK, and Japan all hitting multi-year highs. Our next guest says this reminds him of the fall of 2021, when the Fed was way behind and about to pivot hard. Tim Seymour is CIO of Seymour Asset Management and a CNBC contributor. Tim, take us back to that time.
Well, let me put it in the context of Japan, where I think last week was really all about the PPI number that was not just hot.
You know, I was just thinking the other thing about buying the dips, right? The other thing about buying the dips, I mean, this should be obvious, but if you're waiting for a dip, and you know, like today, this is at 1:30, almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If you buy the dip, you're not in a situation where you bought the open and you're waiting for this to run back up. Okay, you get frustrated, it doesn't follow through as much as you wanted it to. So, you know, something like Microsoft looked really good this morning. If you had bought thinking this was going to be a breakout early morning, when this rolled over, you're probably sitting there thinking, man, I hope this gets back to where I bought it because I'd like to at least break even. Versus waiting until the evening session. If it's a bullish trade, I mean, it is a bullish trade. Microsoft, the last 3 days, 4 days have been upward movement. We hit resistance. So just waiting for it to get oversold, you have a much greater possibility now. Put a stop underneath the low. So you're much closer to a stop than if you bought it over here and you got stopped off at the high of the day, only to see this maybe move back up. So just watching Microsoft, looking for a reversal. Adobe's also coming off the low. So some of these software names got oversold are now coming off the low.
we've had a number of readings. We don't need to really articulate that anymore. So that's the dynamic here. Despite
30-year is at the highest it's been since '07. I'm surprised that Russell hasn't been in the room.
you can really see the impact of what higher rates mean, and I think they should have as much meaning. And look, U.S. investors see the sensitivity on a minute-to-minute basis with what's going on in the 10-year and what's going on with stock yields, and a lot of it's driven by the oil price. But if you look at international,
Tesla looks like it wants to go right here, right now. Tesla testing the high of the evening session. And we had this high over here this morning. Okay, looks good.
So global equities feel it more because the dollar here is 6-week highs, has a lot of firm footing underneath it. And you make an argument that the ECB has less maneuverability here than the Fed. I mean, higher rates in Europe ultimately will lead to lower rates. That's what people who ultimately are going to be buying sovereign bonds are thinking.
And quickly, Tim, but when I hear what you're saying, I think, well, I know you're constructive generally on a lot of these opportunities, Europe, EM, and so forth. Do you remain that way? Does any of this change that bigger narrative?
I think if investors have a 9 to 24 month outlook, I think a lot of this will be remedied. I
Sanders
believe that it's in
Pulse,
everybody's best
long
interest to
dated,
see oil prices
deep
come down, but
calls.
we all know
Zero
where the term
DTE,
treasury is of the
call
future.
sign.
I think most
Size.
investors are underweight international. This is the reason to go out and buy it. I do think higher rates is as resilient as EM has been, as much as there's been a fiscal adjustment and someone's been investing in the part of the world. You can't tell me a 6% treasury is good for EM. And I think that's something investors have to be cautious of.
All right, so they maybe get a little bit more bullish once we start to see those rates pivot, hopefully come down.
Okay, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
Tim Seymour. Conference is underway. We're going to bring you the big announcements so far.
Size.
But when we look at, there is going to be a bifurcation in the market with interest rates at that level, and it's certainly something that we want to be paying very close attention to. I think risk management of the portfolio, you got to be thinking about that different right now because interest rates are the number one threat here with the situation in Iran. So let me get this question. Someone something maybe probably say it tomorrow. So I'm just going to ask you as professionals and doing this for a while. What is the play with some of these momentum names like Sandisk and Micron? Just 2 weeks ago, these stocks were that hot.
Zero DTE, call sign. Size.
What's the play with momentum stocks like this that absolutely matter? Well, Brian, I think it's important to focus on the stocks that have not just price momentum, but also earnings momentum. When you pair price momentum with earnings momentum, that tends to be a very good long-term strategy. And look, if you take a step back and you look at the tech sector as a whole, we're up 18, 19% this year, which is incredible. But the sector's gotten cheaper. You've seen valuations compress 6, 7%. So a lot of times when you see some of those names maybe pull back or earnings come in strong,
Nvidia Pulse, long dated.
valuation is better. It's a better entry point. So I think pay close attention to that when you see some of these names fall. I mean, great opportunity. Well said. All right, stick with me, Tim, Brooke, and Nez. Before we turn to break, I expect millions of you watching over the day to be signed up for Alpha Space already. Believe me, I will know if you already signed up. Just head to alphaspace.com.finance.com.com or scan the QR code on the screen. When changing your investing life,
I got 2 words for you. Loyalty program. Snag this hotel for $250 now. You didn't check your
Sanders Pulse, long dated.
Yo, babe, this guy didn't check Trivago. Oh, you have to check Trivago. Look, on Trivago, you can compare prices from multiple different sites and loyalty programs and prices from hotel websites. Same hotel, $100 less. 2 words. Check Trivago. Hey, check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel. Trivago.
Tired of paying retail prices for name brand furniture? Take advantage of factory direct prices at America's Furniture Warehouse in Myrtle Beach with over 90,000 square feet of name brand furniture jam-packed ready for delivery with factory direct prices. Visit America's Furniture Warehouse today.
At Spectrum, we believe a great connection shouldn't come with compromise. Now, it doesn't have to. Get Spectrum fiber-powered internet. When you add 2 mobile phone lines, it's just $30 a month each. Experience the fastest
Microsoft. Okay, looking for this to turn back up. Microsoft. Okay, what's Apple? Apple's just off the highs. Apple. Okay, Google, looking for a bounce in Google.
Micron Pulse, long dated.
Futures continue to fade a bit off the high of the day. The software stocks turning back up, Adobe, Microsoft, etc. Okay, so Apache higher, Chevron higher, Oracle, just a little bit of profit taken there on Oracle. ARM Holdings up quite a bit today. Palantir bounce, Cisco turning back down. Below 120. Okay. ExxonMobil.
SPX Pulse.
ExxonMobil back to the highs.
0 DTE.
ExxonMobil.
Size.
All right, futures backing off more. Futures backing off. ExxonMobil back to the high. ExxonMobil back up to the highs.
Spider Pulse.
XOM. Okay, just adjusting here.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Adobe turning the corner. Okay, a little bit of profit taking there.
Zero DTE. Call side.
Microsoft. Amazon turning back up. Looking for Google to catch a bid. What's going on? Google conference.
Nvidia Pulse. Long dated. 0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Global launch of Gemini 3.5 Flash. Default model worldwide.
SanDisk Pulse, Deep Puts.
To kickstart into the end of the year, really in order to see that 2% same-store sales growth.
Okay, you also follow Lowe's. Is this just a Home Depot issue, or is Lowe's been doing a little bit better than Home Depot fundamentally?
Going into the report tomorrow, Wall Street does expect a similar same-store sales growth, about 0.6% from Lowe's. Lowe's tends to be a little bit more DIY, but they've also been investing in their pro business. And so largely what they expect is more of the same. They expect a strong start to the spring season, people planting, investing in their patios, in different types of grills. That's what the street is really looking for. But definitely a similar.
Wall Street analysts are aggressively lifting price targets with a research raising. That's a tier 3 firm or tier 4. I haven't heard of those before. Target to 425. 40 points. 40 points from where we are right now. Stanley Druckenmiller's office exited its entire Google position to heavy up on upstream AI data center hardware memory stocks. Okay, that looks good. All right, ExxonMobil back to the high today. ExxonMobil. Google. ExxonMobil looking good. S&P 500 looking for another little bounce, perhaps. T1 is looking good. T1 still going. T1 still going.
And pulling spending from other areas. So some of these home improvement projects, I think where you have to commit a little bit longer, the uncertainty is starting to weigh on that a little bit. I think that's why you're seeing that gap.
Yeah, what did it take about a year or two to finish a kitchen remodel? I'm just showing off here on AlphaSpace. I pulled up
0 DTE, call side. Size.
Performing relatively well versus Home Depot, Lowe's, even XLY. Tim, that really surprised me because teams, they don't have any money, and the price of everything they Abercrombie and its competitors selling have gone up. Gas prices are still high. I'm just trying to figure out what is the breaking point for the average consumer out there.
Well, Brian, I think it's a little bit further. I don't think we have consumers at the point where they're stretched too thin. And again, I think that's because the starting point was so strong. A lot of cash in the pockets. The economy's in a good spot. Now, what you want to be cautious of, though, we go another 2 months, 3 months, you start to see oil prices going even higher, prices at the pump remaining at these levels or pushing up higher, interest rates at this level or pushing higher. That is going to start to squeeze. But again, right now, because the starting point was so strong.
All right, looks like ExxonMobil is going to pop. NVIDIA pulling back in a little bit. There goes Apple turning back up. Microsoft trying to do something. Adobe turning up as well. Yeah, so maybe we'll get something going end of day.
SMH Pulse, long dated. Deep Puts, Micron Pulse, deep calls.
SMH, long dated calls and SMH.
Financial Pulse, long dated, deep calls. SanDisk Pulse.
SNDK. All right, all of these moving higher. AMD off the low. AMD. Okay, futures continue to fade off the high of the day. Apple turning back up. Looking for Microsoft to catch a bid, along with Adobe and a few other software names. NVIDIA earnings tomorrow, off the highs of the session. Okay, I got to take another 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
Relative to the U.S., we still see, the widest gap we've seen in about 20 years. And you look at what's in that index, Taiwan, South Korea, the backbone of the global AI infrastructure market. So a lot to like there. That's really where we're focused. That's really where we see the opportunity right now. Consumer stocks, I think it's a big question mark with what's going on in Iran. I think there's a lot of room to run, but we need to see that situation get resolved first, and I just don't see any path to that.
Well, Tim just made me care about the international results with Walmart reports. I didn't care about them before.
Micron Pulse, long dated, deep calls, Nvidia Pulse, Tesla Pulse, SanDisk Pulse, 0 DTE, call side, size.
When you take a look at their international business, of course, they've expanded rapidly. They've invested within the India market and so on. But I think the story really comes down to how exactly they're, or even in China, where they've been doubling down with their Sam's Club investment as well. But overall, if you take a look at the global consumer right now, I think no matter wherever you are in this sort of environment, at higher energy costs, it is really the name of the game. We're looking to Walmart to see if that value play, to see if the best bang for your buck really did continue to play out. And if they were able to continue to gain high income shoppers on a global perspective, especially in this environment where Target is certainly getting it a run of money with high gold standards too.
Indeed. Tim Brooke, it is amazing insight. Thank you all for hopping on. I appreciate it. And in case you missed the memo from today's Open Data, be sure to try out Galvani's awesome new Alpha Space platform. You can go right now, scan the QR code on your screen. Come up tomorrow on the show. Hasbro CEO Chris Cox in the house on the 28th. Earnings Day 200 yes. I'm Mark Gallo. I'm the Kings. Big Ops Station for anything.
Spring savings are here at JK Home Furnishings. Have some subjects. Choose from 250 favorites, just $9.99. Find these special favorites are they call them. Save up to 50% store-wide with supplies last.
AMD Pulse, 0 DTE, call side, size.
Okay.
He's called over a brother to prowl the readers. Together they double their chances of winning and make quite a fearsome opponent. Success. But this is just the beginning. Hunt down your next jackpot. Download Double Down Casino and play the free.
All right. Looks like Exxon wants to go some more. Adobe trying to turn. Microsoft, the software stock's trying to turn. Tesla making a new high here. Tesla in the evening session. Tesla. Okay. Tesla, nice hammer on a daily. Okay. Nice hammer. All right. It looks like the futures might actually bounce here. Futures might put in a higher low. Google turning back up. Pretty much everything is turning up. Okay, looking good.
0 DTE, call sign. Size.
Google.
US trading day, we got to take a look at the major averages and we have to take a look at what's happening in the bond market. Let's start with stocks here. We've got the Dow right now down by 107 points. Let's call it about a third of 1%. The S&P 500 off by about a half of 1%, and the Nasdaq down 0.7 of 1%. But we got to take it right on over to the bond market and look at the 20-year bond. Let me switch it to that.
30-year. 30 years, 5.18%, 30 year. Okay, AMD, nice little reversal on AMD, back to green on the day. Tesla, ExxonMobil. Okay, Tesla. All right, Google, turning back up, Google. Turning back up, Google. All right, Amazon turning up. Google look like it wants to go a little bit more, maybe. Google.
Micron Pulse, long dated, deep calls, deep puts, AMD Pulse, SPX Pulse, shenanigans, 0 DTE, call sign.
About SpaceX as a company. Elsewhere, as we look within the semiconductors, and again, we're going to talk about the semis a little bit more later in the day, we are seeing them under pretty broad pressure here after the monster rally we have seen in this group. Yesterday, Seagate Technology CEO spoke at a conference, talked about capacity a little bit. That seemed to be one of the things that's in the market, but also the higher the yields have gone, the tougher it is for equities to gain.
Google climbing back up. Google. Tesla making new highs here. Tesla making new highs. All right, let's see what Tesla looks like. Tesla climbing. Okay, we're going to have a hammer by the end of the day. That'll be nice. Hammer time. Looks good. Okay, Tesla climbing a bit more. IONQ back to the high of the day. Okay, futures turning back up. Futures, IWM looks like a good, maybe a decent probability here for a bounce for a few days. IWM. has pulled back quite a bit from the 285 high. Whole 10 points, 5% from the highs.
Nvidia Pulse. Shenanigans.
What's going on here? Oh, there we go. Okay, so I don't know what was going on there, why that was showing me. All right, looks good. Microsoft looking for that to pop off the low, hopefully. Might have to wait until tomorrow. ARM holdings back to the highs. Very nice trade on ARM off the low. T1 continues to push higher. T1 Energy. So Meta laying off 7,000 employees. Big surprise today.
SanDisk Pulse. Long dated.
Looks like it's time for me to set up an alert for the words fuel, or gasoline, and some of these conference calls. Thanks so much, Brooke. Appreciate it. As we talked about, we are seeing Treasury yields push higher, and in times when this has happened before, that has been problematic.
SP exports. Long dated.
It's good to see you, and I know that you have put a lot of work into this very.
Okay, NVIDIA turning back up. NVIDIA earnings tomorrow after the close. NVIDIA. All right, NVIDIA starting to go here. Tesla going. Tesla going. There goes Tesla. Tesla's on the move. Okay, coming off the low, Tesla. There goes Tesla coming off the low.
Where you do see the deterioration from higher interest rates that
Tesla
really
Pulse.
began on
Long dated. Zero DTE. Call sign.
So while
Sign.
the index has been climbing higher up until we basically crossed about 4.5 on the 10-year, the breadth in the market has been decaying also over the last 6 weeks or so.
All right, so easing back up towards the highs. S&P 500. 7405 is the upper strikes, where futures are up at 74.11. Okay. IWM looks pretty good. IWM worth a shot.
won't be able to make much progress on the index level?
What we're seeing is the multiple continues to get heavier and heavier.
Okay, ARM looks good. Come on, Microsoft. Just not following through. Neither is Netflix, Adobe, software taking a break.
Because of the weight we're seeing in the multiple. And look at the equal-weighted S&P 500 index. The multiple's down now almost to about 17. So it's not quite as expensive, but I think that the simple thing is that if rates don't go down here, the multiple's not going to rebound higher, and it's going to get more difficult and challenging for equities to make gains, even within a strong earnings backdrop. In a way, we've got a bit of an overheating backdrop right now, and that's why I think you're seeing the long end, whether it's the 10-year or the 30-year, move higher.
So I guess the next question is, do you think rates are going to remain at these levels or go even higher?
Well, I can tell you what we need to see to get rates stop moving higher. We would clearly either need to see oil prices come down sharply. And again, this rate story literally began on February 27th, which we know what happened.
All right, Tesla's still rising.
Long dated.
Since then, the other thing that we could
Tesla.
see, I would argue would be bullish for equities is some softer labor data. That was part of the story back in September of 2024 or April of 2024 when rates were also back at these levels. And so anything that brings down interest rates, I would argue that is bullish, even some softer employment. And now that employment expectations have normalized, we've had stronger labor data. The labor surprise index in the U.S. is at a 2-year high. Expectations are a little higher, and that leaves
ARM Holdings, Meta. Okay, Amazon looking for Google to make another higher high, perhaps.
What then do you think the prospects are for a potential rate hike at this point? And what do you think, and what do you think the market?
AMD Pulse. 0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Google. Need another shot to the highs for Google. Adobe, Microsoft, Netflix. Those could turn. Meta would be nice too. All right, AAOI. SoFi continues to move off the low. SoFi.
Some softer labor data, I think that'll swing much more quickly back to being a dovish outlook for the Fed.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
And, I would sort of submit that, NVIDIA doesn't really trade on earnings exactly. It kind of doesn't matter what it says sometimes in the actual earnings. The stock has fallen after the past 3 earnings reports. And so I wonder how you're thinking about it more broadly on that first signal, right? Because everything is so tied up in the AI trade.
Tesla continues pushing higher.
Well, I think investors are going to continue to look at margins, which
Tesla.
Narrative has been a big boost to large cap
margins,
which are at record highs. On the day of the earnings,
S&P holding on, not bad. I don't know. I still think reducing exposure makes a lot of sense. If you got 100% invested and you've got a lot of short-term options trades, I personally, I'm rolling out at least June. That's 29 days from now. All right. So depending on the expiration, if you're doing June, okay. June's. All right, June, that's 30 days. The 18 June expiration, 30 days. 30 days. 30 days in the hole. 30 days in the hole. All right, watching for Bitcoin. All right, Bitcoin's even showing a little bit of a bounce here. Bitcoin even showing some of a bid. Okay, Bitcoin's catching a bid at the 50-day, day 2 with low wicks. All right, maybe we get something going on Bitcoin too. 30 days in the hole.
SP exports, long dated.
SPX Pulse, long dated.
So in 2023 through 2025, everyone, if I asked 10 people, how's tech done? Most people would say tech's been great. Now, if you're a small cap tech investor, you wouldn't actually say tech's been great because it was not outperforming and it was actually performing fairly poorly. That has really turned around the last months or so where tech.
All right, what's going to happen? We've got, it felt like it was after 3 o'clock. So we got plenty of time. We got an hour.
Nvidia Pulse, long dated.
Okay, so we got more than enough time. We got an hour and 43 minutes to go. All right, so I thought it was after 3 o'clock. So I got plenty of time. All right, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back. All right, Tesla pushing a bit more. Tesla. Okay, Microsoft finally. What I anticipate. What I'm anticipating is that we might see some short covering by the end of the day. Microsoft. Okay, higher lows. Microsoft. Starting to see some higher lows here. There's nothing but games being advertised on. What is this, Yahoo? Why? Why they keep pressing this? These people don't even look real. They look like AI. Really bad acting, too. Really bad acting. All right, so it looks like we got a little bit of a resistance zone right here. Okay, so it looks like we might get through this area. Microsoft looking for a pop. It's like every day they were advertising these stupid games. Like people don't have anything better to do. No wonder they're complaining about the economy, not being able to pay the bills. They play games all day. No ambition. What is Vinny talking about? Nothing. I'm just like bitching. Watching for Apple to make another higher high. The futures are making lower highs and lower lows, like a little channel down on the 1 minute chart for now.
Long dated. Micron pulse. Deep pulse. Deep pulse. Spider pulse. Q's pulse. Sandisk pulse. 0 DTE. Call sign.
True. I like these Celsius. I bought a I guess you call it a box. What is it, 24? These are pretty good. Doesn't look like there's sugar in it. There's a little bit of sodium. Biotin. Green tea extract. Citric acid. Guara seed extract. Ginger root. Beta carotene. Riboflavin. Yeah, these taste pretty good. Mm-hmm. All right, so looking for Microsoft to do something here. Adobe's trying to turn off the low. Looks like the bulls have been scared out of Microsoft. That move today was, I don't want to use the word nasty, but what else do you call it? I mean, it looked really good this morning. We up there north of 433. And then, bam, we get knocked down 10 points. It's like somebody came in and just started selling. All right, looks like Microsoft wants to push a little higher here. Oh, boy.
What do you think of Carol's opening about the focus on Las Vegas and the softness or the cooling that some people are saying we're seeing as a result of higher fees?
Yeah, I think that, listen, 2025 was clearly a year of normalization, right, after two record-breaking years in the prior years. So I think coming off of COVID, yeah, it's a normalization.
Come on, Microsoft. All right, I don't want to spend too much time on Microsoft. Let's go back to Tesla, see how Tesla's doing. All right, that's lifting a bit more. Tesla looks good. Okay, Tesla. Okay, a little bit overbought right now. Let's see where it goes. Tesla. All right, got a hammer. If we can just close up here, that'd be great. Set up for tomorrow, bounce back above the 50-day or the 200-day rather. Tesla. That SpaceX IPO. I gotta believe it's going to have an impact on Tesla shares. Google. Watching Google. No follow through. Gemini Flash being released. 3.5. Version 3.5. I like Gemini. I canceled my subscription to ChatGPT, and I just use Grok and Gemini. Some people say Meta is even better. Meta. I'm not even sure what Meta AI. How do you access it?
SMH Pulse, SPX Pulse.
TE going. All right, TE is going.
Shenanigans. 0 DTE. Call sign.
Yeah, we're up. 7 is resistance on TE. TE 7 resistance. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We're hearing more and more about people going on, it's called leisure, I think. It's like business/leisure. So they go somewhere for work, but then they stay a few extra days because they like where they are. And it turns into sort of a mini vacation. And is that a big opportunity?
Let's see.
I mean, we listen, at the end of the day, it's as you know, we're in a screen economy, right? And so our thesis around all of this, and this goes to groups, where people need to meet to make deals, for example, right? They can't do it behind a screen. Or if it's a nightlife, which is an experiential experience, right? So people are enjoying that. Or just food and beverage and getting in front of people. I think that's a big deal in today's environment.
How big of a driver is in Las Vegas, at least for you and Fontainebleau, is the Sphere and people coming to see stuff at the Sphere?
We've seen a major uptick in our customers actually, combining they're visiting us because of the Sphere.
Yeah,
no doubt.
I've talked to so many people. We've been out there since the Sphere was there.
Keep hoping for a work event so we can actually go.
How much do you like fish?
All right, so 7 to 710 is resistance for now on TE. 7, 710 resistance zone. Yeah, I trimmed some too, Fernando. I trimmed as well.
But yeah, there's no doubt, there's no hiding it that rates are higher than they have been in the past, and I think that's kind of fed through the food chain, so to speak, and that's why you're seeing consumers.
All right, Microsoft's starting to turn up.
Right, and offsetting that for owners and operators.
But is it making you guys say, let's just hold off on this project, let's just kind of wait and see where the dust settles, or no? Are you still saying we want to do this? The market looks good, the opportunity looks good. Let's do it.
Listen, we play in a premium luxury customer space, and so when you're in that space in a K-shaped environment, which we are in, which I think is going to have, no stopping in the foreseeable future, we think that you can still build to that customer, but it's not without challenges.
Where else do you go to build?
Well, historically we've been in Miami. We have two large scale hotels there. Fontainebleau, obviously, Miami Beach.
All right, Microsoft trying to turn now.
In Aventura. have a hotel in Nashville actually.
Microsoft trying to turn.
Right in the center, right next to It's a great city. But what about expanding beyond where you already have?
Probably short covering, likely. Okay, so we get Microsoft to come off the low here. Shorts will start to cover. Okay, they'll start to cover. Get above 420, we could start to run. I like these pullbacks because you don't have much. You only have like $2 below to hit a stop, whereas you have $4 to $10 upside. Okay, you got lots of room to the upside with a stop $2 below.
Any market for us that has the ability to capture large scale resort products, which is unique, right? So we need to be in markets that have enormous group demand, that have an appetite for nightlife, right? Big food and beverage presence. Our skill set is in the lifestyle and luxury resort, but in large scale where you have meetings taking place as well. It's New York. There you go. New York could be on our horizon. I was here for 15 years, so that would be a dream.
Is it on the horizon?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, we talked about coming in, just all the different things you guys do: hospitality, residential, commercial, aviation, gaming, culinary, maritime, and more. Wellness too. I mean, is the growth area really hospitality?
Yeah, so we'll see if this goes. Apple's starting to fade off the high right now. Apple. Tesla probably gets a little tired here too. It's been running pretty good today. Tesla.
They did an incredible job making it the entertainment city of the world, right? The capital of the world. So for us,
It's gone through so many iterations. Remember when it was supposed to be like, bring your family, it's like a family, and then it's kind of gone back.
We should see some more short covering.
you really can. I mean, the Sphere is another example of reinventing itself. Allegiant Stadium does incredible events with the Raiders. VGK is a fan base locally.
Futures. All right, still in this ascending channel. If you look at the short time frame S&P 500, it's like it's a little channel down. Okay, so I don't think we're going to go much further, but this looks pretty good. You got this downward trend channel. Can we pop up and go green on the day? Can we do that? We could. 74.05 is a big level. If you look at 74.05 here, okay, 74.05 is a fairly decent sized level overhead, and then 74.20. We could keep going. You see that hedge flow continues to rise. All right, so let's see what this level is. This is 98 percentile. None of these are 99. This is 99 down here. Nope, that one took some off there. Adobe is trying to make a higher high, higher low. Okay, Microsoft is trying to run right here. Microsoft is trying to go right here. Okay, so watch Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft. MSFT. Microsoft trying to turn the corner. RSI is rising. You see that RSI rising up there? Okay. Let's go to the 3. Okay, we're on the 3 minute right now. Okay, we're on the 3 minute. Okay, let's see if we can't get something going with Microsoft. Tesla's still pushing. So is IONQ. S&P is trying to bounce. A descending channel. It just bounced off the lower part of the channel on the 1 minute chart. Adobe is trying to turn up as well. Leading stocks on the NASDAQ 100 are almost all chips: Marvell, Micron, ARM, Intel, Amgen, ALNY, Annihilum, Pinduoduo, Datadog, Excel, Energy. Okay, the the energy stocks like ExxonMobil, that keeps going. ExxonMobil, looking good. Look at the 60 minute on ExxonMobil. Trending. All right, you want to see these trends. ExxonMobil looking good. ExxonMobil.
added security, something that we hold as valuable. I would be my gold card. Visit goldco.com/kit. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and finance.
Okay, can we see a little bit more upside? Microsoft. Okay, so that looks good for this. ExxonMobil, Apache, all of these are trending. Diamondback. Okay, these are all trending. Devon Energy, a lot of the stocks from the watch list, energy stocks, trending. SEI dropped a little bit over the last couple of days. Halliburton, EOG Resources, Valero. Okay, all of those look good. Micron, talking Micron, turning back up. Micron, AMD, turning back up. Okay, Microsoft is trying to turn back up as well. Microsoft, it's right at the 20 MA. This could very well bounce. Okay, we're looking for a bounce in Microsoft. S&P is still pulling back a bit. Okay, IWM, trying to turn the corner on IWM. Needs to get above the 20 MA, and that 20 MA, that green line needs to turn up and to the right, like over here. Last time it dipped below and popped back above, that was a good opportunity. Looking for that to happen probably into tomorrow, next day. Maybe we'll get the 10 and the 20-year yields and the 30-year yields to drop off a little bit. Okay. I'm really surprised Russell's not in the room. Whenever the yields get over 5%, especially on the 30-year, he's usually in the room, unless I missed him. TE is doing okay. Coming up to T1, that's the other one, T1 Energy. Okay, they're getting into AI data center energy as well. So solar panels, battery storage, diversified energy, T1. There was a very big trade yesterday, 83 million shares. Yeah, so that's looking good. So a lot of volume again today, a lot of selling volume. Can we take out 7? That would be kind of cool if this completely engulfs yesterday's candle by the close. I don't think it will, but it would be nice if it did. Microsoft trying to turn back up, turning at the low. Adobe still turning, waiting for shorts to cover. Okay, we're getting close to power hour, so I wouldn't be surprised to see some of these stocks experience some short covering. Microsoft, a little unusual. It was very strong coming into this week on that Thursday, Friday bounce. Yesterday, it looked like we're going to follow through. Today, it looked like we're going to break out above 430. We hit 433, the high, I believe. 432.70. So 432.70 was the high this morning. Completely sold off right after that. Right from the open, just dropped off. Okay, that was a big sell-off. Now we're starting to turn back up. Stop, same level as yesterday. Stops. Starting to turn back up again. Netflix. All right, so Netflix is trying to turn right now. So short, we're going to probably see some short covering. Probably see some short covering in the next hour. Okay, a lot of these stocks that are at lows right now probably start to turn back up. We'll see. Apple trying to stay green on the day. Apple, 60-minute time frame, trying to hold on to the 20 EMA. Marvell. Okay, we were looking for this one to break out. We're looking for this one to break out. Was it like Thursday, I believe it was? Wednesday or Thursday? Tried to take a trade on this one. Yeah, it was Thursday. Looked like it was going to take off, and then it started to ease back in. Actually, it was Thursday. Wednesday, I took it. All right, Tesla looks like it's going to go again. Tesla. All right, Tesla's trying again. Let's see.
The synthetic segment now accounts for over 50% of all engagement ratings, surging volume and falling prices have severely disrupted the $80 billion traditional diamond industry. And I gotta say, you walk into any jewelry store, I have a jewelry store my mom went to, we grew up with, and it's like mine diamonds, I guess we should say, synthetic diamonds right next to it, and you got like CZs and some other things, but it's just amazing the category when you go to a jewelry store.
I wonder if Natalie Morrison's going to take issue with the word real.
That's why I hesitated.
She is the founder of Astria London. The brand, by the way, Sarah Jessica Barker as its global creative director. Natalie, welcome. You made the point for us, though, this sort of distinction or no distinction between a lab-grown diamond and a diamond that's mined in a quote-unquote traditional way. Is there a difference?
No, there is zero difference. Chemically, optically, structurally, it's a seed of carbon who all grows under the ground and take billions of years to get at the surface, and a lot of money and differentiation and time to extract. Versus putting it in a microwave, but it's a seed of carbon.
But if I take one lab grown and one mined diamond to my friend Brian's dad in Midtown, who's been doing this for 40 years, can he tell the difference between the two?
No, because there's no gemologist in the world who can see the difference between a lab and a mined diamond. Do you know how
SpaceX.
It's a little bit like IVA versus non-IVA baby. I've got 4 of them.
June 12th, target for June 12th. SpaceX. Ticker symbol SPCX. That's cool. Expected to go public. The prospectus release is supposed to be one of these days.
That we can find in the mine.
Do you make them like, I think about what's it, the 4 C's or whatever? Like, do you just make what's grown in the lab? Are they all just the top of the tier, if you will? No. So you make different.
Yeah, that's correct. So any diamonds come from
Tesla, looking for Tesla to continue. Tesla looking good. Tesla hammer time.
Which you put in a reactor, and we basically replicate what happened under the ground in those reactors with 2 methods called CVD and HPHT.
So pressure.
One is the pressure intensity, one is replicate for the heat.
Okay.
And by doing that, within 4 to 6 weeks, the diamond is formed.
4 to 6 weeks, how much energy does it take?
Okay, so that's an interesting question because the biggest challenge at the moment is one, the resale value, and one, the sustainability, which are the main question. Because it's no more a secret that a diamond is a diamond, whether it comes from a lab or mine. So now the 2 challenges in terms of education we face. Coming to energy, obviously it takes less energy in a reactor than under the ground. So the reality is it takes a fifth less approximately in a reactor than under the ground. However, it's not 100% sustainable yet. I actually don't believe it. However, it's improving every day with technology, with renewable energy, with using, so today we only use recycled gold. So everything is improving all the time. We don't use water. There's no deforestation. We use no human traffic problems. Many problems that we can talk about.
I know that before we got going, we talked about the impact certainly on the economies that have depended.
Okay, Tesla are starting to slow down now. Tesla.
Exactly. Like, so there is that downside.
Yeah, it's correct. It's correct that the Botswana
Okay, we got a little bit more than an hour and 11 minutes to go. Okay, I'm gonna get up and stretch a bit.
So maybe it's not a bad thing for anyone. The world needs to diversify and the economy and each country needs to diversify.
I want to talk a little bit about what took so long technologically for us to get here because, I mean, you know, it was almost like I got engaged a decade ago at this point, and this wasn't even a thing. Like lab-grown diamonds were not even part of the conversation. I talk to young people today, and it's like,
For your life to be, or just were they around?
So the lab-grown diamond have been around since after the war in 1950. They were actually made the very
But they weren't really.
So out of the diamond market, lab-grown diamond was 1% of the market in 2015.
yeah, that's
5% of the market in 2021, 40% last year, 70% of the engagement ring of the US today are lab-grown diamond, and The Economist is expecting it to be 75% by 2030. I actually thought it would be faster than that.
yeah. So you're illustrating my point perfectly. Why was it such hockey stick growth, and why for so many years was it under the radar?
Well, the reality is the mining industry has been dominating the industry, the diamond industry, for 100 years, and have done an amazing exercise of marketing with the years. First of all, telling us that the diamond is rare. Diamonds are not rare. The reality is there's enough diamonds in the world so that 8 billion people can each have half a carat each, and you will still be having hundreds, thousands of them being hidden somewhere. So the reality is diamond is not rare, but they've done a beautiful marketing exercise in order to promote it that way.
What are diamonds still that have been so expensive? Like, if so many people are choosing for engagement rings to do lab-grown.
I mean, a lab-grown diamond I've seen have not been expensive relative to.
Yeah. What's the cost differential?
Yeah.
Percentage?
The difference of price is approximately the difference.
You're good.
Okay, so the difference of price is approximately 70% between a lab-grown diamond and a mine diamond.
70% cheap, less expensive.
Yeah, lab-grown diamonds are cheaper, 70%. First, it costs less to make them. You don't have to extract everything from the planet. You don't have to. But you know, the real question today is actually the resale value. Biggest, I would say, problems between lab and mine diamond is they should work together. They should work together instead of fighting. The biggest critics that mine diamond gives to lab-grown diamond is, oh, there is no resale value. And I always say, yes, obviously, you may have no resale value, but there is resale value to everything. So let me give you an example.
Just got about 25 seconds.
If you get 2 carats
SP
of lab-grown
exports,
diamond today,
long dated, deep puts, 0 DTE put string, micron pulse, deep core.
$60,000. By the time you leave the shop, you've already lost $30,000.
Yeah.
Personally, even if I lose everything, I know what I want to buy.
I'm just gonna take this and just like show it to him. Natalie, thank you so much. Natalie Morrison, she's a founder of Master Your London. We'll get you back soon. When we come back, we talk Spark 7 News.
But Taylor, one thing that always struck is how focused you are on the customer.
All right, Tesla coming back down a little bit. All right, Tesla pulling back a bit. Boy. Some of the chips moving back up to the highs of the session. ARM Holdings, big reversal on ARM Holdings. ARM, big day for ARM Holdings over here. Okay, the daily, big reversal at the 21 day. Looks good. Maybe we'll do something tomorrow with ARM if you're not in it. All right, we're coming into the last hour of the trading day. We got an hour and 6 minutes to go. A little more than an hour and 6 minutes to go. I see Tom Selleck over here pushing gold. Gold is looking weak. So I'm not surprised the advertisements are coming out. Try to get people to buy. 50 days overhead rolling over. 21 days overhead rolling over. It looks like phase 4 markdown. Pretty clear if you look at gold. If you look at gold futures, where distribution is. Okay, here's distribution over here. Okay, distribution. Talked about this earlier. Distribution can't make new highs. Drop below the 21 day, drop below the 50 day. It's now in phase 4. So you got to wait for accumulation. Phase 4 doesn't end until you see accumulation. Phase 1. That's phase 1. And then you can get into it long. Don't do anything yet until you see if this holds. If it holds, fine. I keep seeing Tom Selleck, though, pushing gold. He has no idea. Most of the people that advertise for gold, they have a lot of followers or whatever. They generally don't have a good grasp of, technicals or fundamentals. When's a good time to buy something? You always see them start to advertise, though. Anyway, what's Vinny talking about? Just nonsense right now. Tesla, a little pullback there. Okay, so we got to the highs. Tesla pulling back in now. All right, a little profit taking. Microsoft rolling back over. Never did follow through, Microsoft.
On Bloomberg Radio and Television. All right, everybody, get ready for the kind of moving in very close to the last hour of trading.
You're getting ready to get out of here.
I am. I'm jumping on a plane. Got a little work assignment to do.
I'm very excited about your work, so I'm not going to tell everybody what it is because it's top secret under wraps. But when can we see it?
I think it's going to come out in July.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's called a deep tease.
Deep tease.
The only hints you get are Carol's gone for next Wednesday. She's taking a plane back.
I'll see you on Friday.
You're taking a plane back.
T1, just below the resistance level at 7. Did run into some resistance at 698, it looks like. Look for that to come follow through tomorrow.
Long dated. Deep call.
I feel like I go to a store and I still feel like real diamonds, forgive me, not lab grown, are still somewhat expensive considering, right? Yeah. Avalon's nodding her head. She's going to come in just a moment.
They are, but
I know they've come down.
Prices have collapsed.
Futures dropping off now. Futures dropping off. Okay, so futures dropping. Hedge flows turned over. Okay, that resistance overhead at 74.05, 74.90 or so. Yeah. There you go. So instead of getting shorts covering, what we're doing is people taking profits, looks like, at the high. Which is what I was saying earlier this morning, is like, if we do get a run-up in the markets, take the opportunity to reduce your exposure if you need to. If you have a lot of short-dated positions, you might want to consider taking some profits off, reduce your exposure into strength. We got that, and we've been fading ever since about, 115 or so, S&P. Okay, so I don't know. Maybe we get a little bit more upside tomorrow, but equally we could see some more fade. The semiconductors bounced right at the 21 day, or is it the 9 EMA? I forget. Let's see. SMH bounced at the 21 day. Okay, so SMH bounced at the 21 day. Okay, watching that going into the close. All right, so we're going to go red, green to red. Or we're going to bounce. Semiconductors.
0 DTE. Call sign. Size. Gold pulse. Long dated.
All right, so got some gold buyers, huh? Netflix looks like some short covering on Netflix potentially.
Gold pulse. Long dated.
Netflix had a good start today as well, and then faded. We're above 90 and faded that level. Starting to bounce. Netflix, Tesla, ExxonMobil, the energy stocks. ExxonMobil hit the highs. ExxonMobil. Look at the daily over there. ExxonMobil. The energy stocks looking good. They still have a bid. All right, we're about to jump into Power Hour now. Okay, Paolo should be in here at 3 o'clock. Power Hour. Live Golf begins potential bankruptcy plans. So Live Golf didn't work, huh? Okay, they tried to go up against the PGA. Didn't work. I see. All right. All right, Live Golf is entertaining a potential bankruptcy for the end of the season. Looks like the PGA is going to win out on that one. Okay.
SMH Pulse.
Alexander Semenova is stopping by for the next 2 hours. She is filling in for Carol. We got a great program coming up. Actually, chips right up.
Just the sentiment, and this is after an earlier sell-off this morning, but just not everything is
0
in the green right now.
DTE.
So that
Call sign.
semiconductor ETF up about 0.5%, not even. You mentioned Micron, Intel, even AMD, but not quite there, trying to claw back after falling roughly 10% just over the last week. But the optical names are a different story. High momentum stocks like Coherent, the Applied Optical Electronics, you can just see red across the board. And they're prime targets in the unwind that we've seen over the last few business days. The lack of broader panic does kind of make sense. The SMH is still up, 52% year to date and 38% since the April ceasefire.
S&P trying to bounce.
Investors who bought that dip have plenty of cushion. Mizuho flagged the momentum TMT basket is down roughly 16% just over the last 3 days. The worst stretch in
Hedge flows trying to turn back up. You hear that 0 DTE trades hitting voice pulse. Okay, trying to get this to turn back up.
$900 billion in market cap, just over 7 sessions through last Thursday. Deutsche Bank says using
Zero
roughly $92 billion
DTE.
revenue guide to spark a real bullish reaction. Problem is, NVIDIA has beaten and raised consistently, but the stock has traded down the day after 5 of its last 7 prints. So that maybe sets you up for what to expect tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting. I can't wait to lead up to it tomorrow, and I know we'll see you and talk to you then, and probably later on in this program too. Christina, thank you. Let's bring in now Solis's Dan Greenhouse and SoFi's Liz Thomas. It's good to have you both. We'll get to NVIDIA, obviously, but Liz, what do you make of just how the market's trading? The momentum factor, obviously, rolling a little bit, but the market's behaving pretty well, and as evidenced by some of the buying and the chip names that pulled back, and the dip buyers are alive and well because the fundamentals are intact, right?
Absolutely. And I think the pullback has been orderly. Now, obviously, we're worried about yields, and I think rightfully so. We're at levels in yields that the market hasn't seen in a while, and it's been pretty swift and on the heels.
Semiconductors bouncing. Semiconductors, SMH bouncing. Trying to stay green on the day. SoFi. Okay, looking for higher highs and higher lows on SoFi. Daily. SoFi. See if we can't follow through, push higher.
Gold pulse. Long dated.
Even if investors are nervous about cyclicality, nervous about growth, even if we're nervous about the consumer, we're not nervous about
Compute, networking, gaming, pro.
You know, relevant to what yields have done as much as they moved up. You know, and other times maybe the market would have gotten a little more upset, but there's so much power behind this belief in the AI trade that's keeping the market hanging in there, right?
There's a TMC conference going on right now in Boston, and the comments coming out of there are all still pretty strong. And I mean, how many times have we all talked about this? Like, you're looking for some indication that profit growth is slowing, that demand is slowing. The supply-demand imbalance is there's no indication of that in any form. And then you layer on top of it, companies, Home Depot just reported, Boot Barn just reported, obviously a much smaller company, but consumer-focused. The comments from them on the rate and the gasoline story is relatively digestible. Obviously, it's not great for their transportation costs, but the consumer's largely holding up.
Okay, watching this here. ExxonMobil at the high. All right, S&P trying to bounce. S&P trying to bounce here at VWAP.
Semis are down 7% since Thursday, but enough buyers are lurking out there that they're not going to let these names fall too far, and the evidence is on the tape.
Yeah, I think the MTUM is the primary way the retail investor plays the momentum trade. The baskets, the momentum baskets put together, Christina mentioned earlier the Applied Optoelectronics. Last time I was on, I brought up a chart of a bunch of names no one had ever heard of. I could have put Applied Optoelectronics on there, but it is one of the largest impacts on the momentum baskets, on the Goldman basket or the Morgan Stanley UBS momentum baskets. Those names have caught a huge bid in the last couple of months.
New York Fangs look okay.
The pullback has been, for lack of a better
ARM holdings at just off the highs of the session. Some of these chips did very well on the recovery. All right, so we'll have to wait for tomorrow. Today is Tuesday, May the 19th. We got about 53 minutes to go, 53 minutes. Let's see if we get any short covering and these bounce. Looking for a bounce.
Let's show the rate board again. It gives you just an idea of the levels that we're now out. Is there in your mind, Liz, a breaking point for stocks? I mean, you're at 518 on the 30. You haven't been there, I think it's like since 07. And obviously the 10-year is the highest since since 25. Is there if you get to 5% on the 10-year, is that sort of where you're like, okay, this could develop into something bigger in the stock market?
Yeah, 5 is no good. I think by the time we get to 5, the equity market has probably done a bigger, deeper drawdown. So the
NVIDIA
first threshold that we breached was 450, and the S&P has really been down since we breached that threshold. 475 is the next mental threshold. I think that would probably be a problem. 5, I think, problem on our hands. The concern right now, I think, is also about the idea that the Fed rate expectations are for a hike. The last time I checked, it was 77%
Micron
chance of a hike. I don't
long
think they're going
dated.
to hike this year.
Zero
But if that starts to
DTE
creep up
put
towards
strip.
1, and we've got Kevin Warsh coming in
Yeah.
and starting to change some of that commentary, then I think markets are going to get really concerned.
Right. I mean, that's one of the wild cards here too, right?
Zero
Warsh gets sworn in
DTE call
at
sign.
the White House on Friday,
Size.
and he comes into probably a bit of a different environment than he would have expected many months ago.
I think that's right.
But again, because of, I would say because of the environment in which he was chosen, the notion that he is going to advocate for a rate hike,
SP exports.
I feel like
Long
the
dated.
chances are less than zero. I don't care what the environment would suggest that he should do or could do. I can't get my head around the idea that he would do.
Well, let me just say, Jay Powell has proven you can
Amazon Pulse.
go against
Long
political
dated.
will and survive till the end. So there's that blueprint for him. I'm not sure that's an adventure on which he would like to embark, but it can be done. But to Liz's point, the shift in rate cuts to hikes has been really the primary driver, obviously inflation being part of this conversation, of the backup in yields. You have real yields moving more quickly than break evens, implying that people are thinking a little bit more about rate
Amazon
hikes.
Pulse.
The one thing I
Long
want to add
dated.
to or
Deep
add to
Zero
what Liz has to say,
DTE
to
call
your
sign.
question, there's not
Size.
a specific level, and this for investors watching, there's not a specific level. Well, if we get to 450, game over.
Well, there's nothing automatically
I know
triggered, but you
what you're
know what I
saying.
mean.
But what I did want to say is, you've entered a range where clearly, like the speed at which yields are gone, whether it's 450, 460, 470, I would bet if we continue to see yields going up, it's going to be very difficult for equities.
Let's see how far this goes, this bounce.
NVIDIA tomorrow has $80 billion in revenue and does all the forecasting that Christina thinks about.
Well,
Zero
the point to be made
DTE
too,
call
would,
sign.
it would
Size.
likely mean that oil's gone up from
Yep.
here,
Yep.
that the situation doesn't look great in the Middle East, right? Because it all feels like it's tied. If you get to a resolution with Iran, oil comes down and rates come down. So it would make sense that the market would be a little unnerved because it would be more than just looking at the interest rate complex. You'd have to look at oil and you'd have to think about the prospects of even more conflict breaking out.
Absolutely. So I think we've sort of written off or at least looked through some of the conflict issues up until this point. But the CPI and the PPI reads from last week really freaked people out because now.
All right, there we go. The S&P climbing very quickly here.
Inflation data, and I think we're still at a point 2-ish months into this war where if it did de-escalate, it doesn't cause a recessionary pullback, but it doesn't appear to be de-escalating anytime soon. We've had a lot of head fakes on that, and I think those are going to continue. So if this goes on for 3 months, then we've got a trend, right? 3 months is usually a trend, and then you see increased oil prices for that long, it starts to take its bite out of the consumer. So
Zero
the growth
DTE
concerns would then
call
push
sign.
forward into
Size.
the fall and then midterm. So there are a lot of things that are adding up to a
Intel
recipe
Pulse.
for
Long
volatility.
dated.
That could happen through summer. I don't think that this is recessionary. I don't think that this is cause for a bear market, but we might be entering a period where we sort of grind lower in equities and we grind higher in yields for a while, and that's going to be really frustrating for investors.
I'm glad you say 3 months is a trend because 3 days isn't. And like, this is what we're in, 3 days of a pullback off of a still well thought about market. If you look at another big story today, it's Google. I want to show you what the share. The company hosting what has been called its most consequential AI event in years today. CEO Sundar Pichai giving his keynote earlier this afternoon. Mackenzie Sigalos has the highlights for it. So tell us more about what happened and if there's any message from the market today and how it was received.
Yeah, so Alphabet share is not moving all that much on these announcements.
Okay, let's see how far we go with this.
IO, and it's 2% lower right now. Google headlining with Gemini 3.5 Flash, which they say will enable a slew of new agentic capabilities for the consumer. But it's really underwhelming the street, which was hoping for
Lots of volume here. You can see.
But now the name of the game
Well,
for the company is really efficiency, something that Alphabet CEO Sundar Pichai really hammered home on stage.
You can see the volume here.
From other frontier models to 3.5 Flash, he says Now, this
Okay.
lighter model also apparently a key unlock for Gemini Spark, which is this
MACD
new
turning
personal
up.
AI agent that mimics the capabilities of what we see with
RSI turning up.
And as the DeepMind CTO told me just a few minutes ago,
Volume. Nice little rally here so far.
compete in the enterprise with Anthropic and OpenAI. And then finally, search, we're seeing new information agents there and a big upgrade to that iconic search box. They are making it larger, more conversational, and more multimodal with these easier handoffs from traditional search into AI mode. But I mean, looking back at shares, 2% lower. It's not really compelling the street to trade this differently. And it was just 10 days ago that they eclipsed NVIDIA after hours.
Yeah, Mac, it's a good point. Not to mention the fact, as I turn back to Dan and Liz, show the chart from the March low, because the stocks outperformed all of the other mega caps. So it was a huge run into the event anyway today, and a 2% pullback. No one's going to make a big deal out of that. But it just leads me to you guys on what do you think's really hanging in the balance tomorrow with NVIDIA?
Well, I don't think anything is hanging in the balance. They always report a good number. I don't mean to dismiss it. Well, they always do, so they always will.
Apple turning back up. S&P turning back up. Okay, looks good. S&P.
89 billion in revenue, 90 billion in revenue forecast. It's going to be in the range. So I don't think too much is hanging in the balance, but it can't be said enough as we await the report how important this trade is.
S&P driving back up. Looking good.
Obviously an importance, and so in that sense, it's crucially important that they speak the same that they always have.
All right, S&P driving back up to the highs.
Check the China revenue. Check. Like as long as they hit those high notes.
I don't know if you heard all those 0 DTE calls, longer dated, hitting the tape. Voice, Pulse. I know she's irritating, the voice, but that she uses. But there was a lot of 0 DTE, a lot of 0 TTE, longer dated, a lot of 0 DTE calls being bought, and some longer dated ones too. You hear that? Listening to that. Okay, we got a nice little rally here in the S&P. TE, T1 also looking good. T1. IONQ turning higher. Apple, nice little pop in Apple. Apple pop back up here. Okay, that looks good. Microsoft turning off the low. Microsoft still trying to turn off the low. Microsoft.
And we're looking at a year where there's actually been multiple compression as earnings have risen. So all of the consternation we had about everything being so expensive now.
Volume coming in. Microsoft. S&P. Nice little push here. 1 standard deviation. That green line is 1 standard deviation. VWAP.
Has there ever been a more, gosh, that's the way to say it, like an extrapolated tell on a company earnings report, since it's so after the fact of when all of the other mega caps report, and they show you their hands on where their earnings are and where their revenue growth is and where the whole story is. Have you ever felt like you know the story before going into the actual story to the degree you feel like you do when NVIDIA reports?
I'd have to think you'd have to go back to the 90s and what the spending cycle that was going on then, and some of the spending that held up.
Yeah, but earnings was much better in the 90s. Excuse me, earnings are much better now than they were in the 90s. A lot of dot-com stuff. A lot of the dot-coms didn't make any money. They had PEs that were through the ceiling, through the roof. Irrational exuberance, remember that? IONQ continues to push off the low. At the high of the day right now, IONQ. Apple turning back up.
But I don't know that they are leading the charge. They are the recipient of. If Meta were to come out, if someone like that were to come out and say, hey, listen, we're not seeing the ROI, we're going to slow CapEx spending.
Yeah, well, NVIDIA would be down on that news. That's kind of the...
Yeah, I'm just getting that there are other people I would look to that say, hey, if Google does something different, something's hanging in the balance there.
All right, we'll leave it there. Guys, thank you. Liz and Dan, we'll see you soon. Now to all things Anthropic. Its court battle with the government heating up, and the company topping CNBC's new Disruptor 50 list. First to the courts and our Kate Rooney. Hi there.
Amazon Pulse.
Hey, Scott, so Anthropic was in court in Washington, D.C. today. Judges there heard arguments over whether the government's unprecedented move that we've seen to label an American tech company a supply chain risk is overreach. One judge did agree with the AI company, calls this a, quote, spectacular overreach, says that the government has not supported its determination that there is a supply chain risk, much less a significant one. Anthropic does argue this is all a contract dispute, but there are less punitive ways, they say, to solve it. They say it's not trying to force any sort of contract onto the Pentagon at this point. They argue that the department is misusing that designation to retaliate. They say it's resulting in a, quote, unique reputational risk to Anthropic at this point. The government on the other side, Scott, says they are now concerned about the model's ability to encode limitations and put a, quote, moral judgment onto the technology, or have a kill switch, as they described it. Lawyers argue these models are opaque, they're unpredictable. No decision yet, Scott, from this panel of judges today. That was this morning. We do expect a written ruling in the coming weeks. Back to you.
All right, busy in the courts on your beat these days. Kate, thank you. That's Kate Rooney. Now to Julia Boorstin on Anthropic topping the latest Disruptor 50 list. Tell us more here.
Well, Scott, with Anthropic claiming the top spot in the Disruptor 50 list, thanks to its massive growth and leadership in enterprise AI in particular, I asked President and co-founder Daniela Amodi about the White
Netflix
House
turning up.
potentially review
Top to
AI
low
models
Netflix.
before their release to the public. Here's what she said about her belief in reasonable regulation.
You don't want to wind up in a world where you can never make any, changes or sort of new model releases. You might want to have a threshold at which you would say, hey, this just needs a little bit more oversight or review to kind of go through
Zero
that
DTE
airplane
call
safety check before it's put on the market. Of course, we would want to make that as lightweight and seamless as possible while still making the technology safe.
Amodi said they have a long-standing history of
Netflix turning up. Just looks like shorts covering off the low of the day for a bearish session on Netflix. Nvidia fading off the high. Apple trying to get back up to the high. Amazon turning up. Google turning up.
Julia, thank you. Julia Boorstin, we're getting some news out of Washington. Megan Casella at the White House with more. Megan.
Hey, Scott, there's been a lot of reporting this week on President Trump's new financial disclosures. Those showed that he reported thousands of financial transactions in the first quarter of this year, totaling hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, the timing of some of the trades appears to have overlapped with news on the companies that his trust was buying or selling. CNBC reported, for example, that the president's Truth Social post touting Palantir and including its ticker symbol, that came after his trust bought the company's stock. We do not, though, I would note, know who made the decision to buy that stock. But Vice President J.D. Vance was just asked here at the White House how the administration could argue that it's cleaning up corruption and fraud when the president appears to be buying up stocks.
AMD Pulse.
Here's what he said.
Q's Pulse.
The
Shenanigans.
president doesn't sit at the Oval Office on his computer on his Robinhood account buying and selling stocks. That's absurd. He has independent wealth advisors who manage his money. He is a wealthy person. He has had success in business.
I don't see why people are talking about this. Pretty funny.
Should be taking proprietary information gained from public service and buying and selling stocks. We want to ban.
Okay, S&P continues to pull back a bit.
I think the way to lead by example is banning that process.
Now, Scott, that's the highest-ranking official from the administration that we've heard talk about this topic. Previously, CNBC had been told by the White House spokesperson, Davis Ingle, that the president's assets are held in a trust managed by his children.
He doesn't draw a salary, does he? I don't think so.
But when you say it's the highest-ranking official to
Amazon
respond to the
long dated.
issue itself, it suggests the president hasn't yet
Amazon.
dealt with that topic.
Amazon.
Not to my knowledge, heard from the president directly on this. This started breaking late last week. We've seen more reporting early this week on exactly the timing of those trades and how many of them appear to line up with different statements that the president made or different visits that he made to different companies. But as far as I know, we have not seen him respond directly on the record in this way. The vice president is the closest that we've gotten when it comes to the highest level, Scott, of this administration.
Not to mention the fact that when the vice president says, ban those who have proprietary information from trading stocks, it seems to be a well-said rallying cry on many corners of Washington. Yet
S&P continues to fade a bit off the high.
and it certainly suggests that anything getting towards a finish line on that issue seems
Lower highs.
at this point.
Headed back down to VWAP right now with 37 minutes to go. 37 minutes to go.
As recently as this month about lawmakers, including Nancy Pelosi and her history of stock trading, which she says was always managed independently from herself. So he's there trying to differentiate between what he's been critical of in the past and what the president is reported to now be engaged in. So we will see if we do get more from the White House on this. So far, they're trying to say that because this is managed.
All right, enough of you guys. Exasperating. All right, so S&P did turn back down. Lower high.
Micron Pulse, long dated, deep puts, 0 DTE, call side, size. Nvidia Pulse, long dated, 0 DTE, call side, size.
All right, we're below VWAP now. S&P below VWAP. We're down 38 handles or more on the futures.
Micron Pulse, long dated, deep puts, shenanigans.
Microsoft making a new low of the day. No follow through.
Micron Pulse, long dated, shenanigans.
Is luxury do really well, discounters do really well. What we're seeing is luxury do really well in certain spots, Prada's growing, and then we're seeing luxury challenged in certain areas, which is not. We're seeing big box do really well in certain areas, Walmart's growing, and then Target's not. Coach is doing really well, and of course it's not. What we're seeing is market share stories, and that's brand, that's market share, that's what businesses are supposed to look like, and that tells you that in each subsector, there's a K-shaped version of businesses that are doing.
All right, most of the New York FANGs are okay. Recovering. Microsoft, not so much. Netflix coming off the low. Google trying to push a bit higher. That's off the best levels of the session with the release of the new Gemini Flash.
Tesla Pulse.
All right, so TJ Maxx is due tomorrow, earnings.
Deep calls.
Okay, what's Tesla doing? Tesla hanging out at the highs. Tesla. Tesla hanging out at the highs. All right, a little bounce. Tesla's starting to bounce too. S&P is bouncing a little bit.
Zero DTE.
Apple bouncing. Apple starting to bounce. Apple starting to bounce here. Apple back above VWAP. Notice VWAP is very flat. We got a doji spinning top on the daily. Okay, Apple, not much going on there. Apple.
Nvidia Pulse.
Apple.
Zero DTE. Call sign.
Apple. Netflix still turning. Tesla hanging on. Trying to do chin-ups, get back above the high of the day. Get back above 406 would be nice. Another 2 points overhead, Tesla.
Nvidia Pulse. Long dated.
Nvidia continues to fade below the last few minutes, the levels there. A little disappointed that Microsoft and those stocks faded the way they did from the high. Microsoft and Netflix looked really good at the open. Tricksters were selling pretty much all day today on Microsoft. Netflix turning the last few minutes. NVIDIA with earnings tomorrow. Anybody's guess what's going to happen with NVIDIA tomorrow? Semiconductors bouncing at the 21 day. That looked good. Adobe, that fell asleep at the lows of the day. Adobe. What's the S&P trying to do? S&P is making lower highs, lower lows. Okay, nothing there. Tesla trying to push Apple. Apple trying to, not much going there either, right?
Zero DTE. Call sign. Size.
Amazon holding the highs. ExxonMobil. The energy stocks are definitely bid. Most of these have been up on the day. Boeing dropping over the last 4 days from the highs at 244 prior to the meeting with China, and then that just dropped off. That dropped off, 30 points since then? Boeing, not much there. Caterpillar, that also pulled back, right? Industrials, Caterpillar pulling back. Cummins Engines pulling back. Baker Hughes trying to hold on. And Generac, GNRC, those all of those generator producing companies pulling back. XLI. So some of the strength has been in healthcare, big bounce on healthcare. What's Amgen look like? AMGN, Amgen. off the low. Biogen. Okay. UNH. UNH back up to the highs. Let's see, how's that doing, UNH? UNH, all right. UNH, Tesla, nice looking hammer, almost a hammer. If we could close a little bit higher. Nice reversal possibility for tomorrow. MACD stochastics turning down, RSI turning down. So maybe we get a bounce tomorrow. Apple holding at the highs, consolidating. Okay, looks like it wants to do something here. Apple? No? Okay. Microsoft, the drag the way it started off the day. Looked really good this morning. Looked really good this morning, Microsoft, and just sold off. Trapped a bunch of bulls here. Probably continues eventually. It's kind of an ugly candle, though.
Low tick alert minus 800.
Or low tick alert. All right, what's BlackBerry doing? BlackBerry. All right. ExxonMobil pushing higher. Exxon.
SPX Pulse, long dated.
Okay. ServiceNow. Okay, do we get a follow through tomorrow? ServiceNow, Snowflake. Or do these fade more? Snowflake.
Spider Pulse, long dated.
We are looking over the next 2 years to go back to what we did pre-merger, and that is really a factor of having the inventory. We see that when we have the inventory, we sell it. It's just a notion that we didn't have the inventory at all times, and we now see the value of it. And then ultimately, it is the strength of the company together that we believe can outpace the industry.
I am curious about your relationship with them. I mean, your background before you ran into Marcus and now Saks Global. I mean, you were a vendor yourself to a certain extent, or you worked for those vendors. Are you confident you're going to get most of them, if not all of them, back, the ones that you had prior to the bankruptcy and the issues?
I am confident in the sense that today, if I look at the top 200 brands that make the vast majority of our GMV, none of them have left us. So even today, knowing that we have...
All right, S&P continues to fade a bit more. Microsoft fading a bit more.
Nvidia Pulse, long dated. Spider Pulse, 0 DTE.
Qs look like Qs. Okay, watching that. IWM. Maybe we get a follow through tomorrow. Maybe we get a bounce. We're at support and that gap.
Nvidia Pulse, long dated. Micron Pulse, deep puts, deep calls.
Then they will rally in support. And I was in Europe over the last 2 weeks. All the conversations are about how do we scale growth? Because you need to put this business in the context of the global business. Luxury is being challenged today in many parts of the world. The US is the market that is growing, and we are the gateway to the US customer.
portion of that market. There's been a lot of talk that, yes,
GameStop turning back up from 21.50. GameStop.
more cost conscious to a certain extent. Value conscious is maybe the way of putting it. Some are also gravitating more to the resale market rather than buying firsthand.
So if you look at the luxury brands and the luxury customers, it's very correlated to the high net worth individuals.
Okay, we've got 21 minutes to go. 21 minutes, 30 seconds to go.
Customers who engage with us is statistically significant. And what we saw is we asked them a couple of questions. We asked them, how do you feel about your
Not as much short covering at the lows that I thought we would see on the software names. IGV. Still trending. Probably tomorrow will be an up day, I would think. Maybe tomorrow's an up day. Oracle and Microsoft having a pull on this to the downside. Oracle below the 21-day right now. Oracle. Okay, looking for higher highs and higher lows. RSI drifting lower. And get a little bit more than 20 minutes to go. 20 minutes to go.
Personalized marketing, enterprise risk management. I mean, we can have 100% scan and use AI to do that instead of sampling, and we're deploying in that fashion. So we do look for the use case where it makes sense. Look, we can't invest the billions that some of the big players will, but we're going to be very strategic, very smart, and make sure we get the ROI, and then also unlock a lot of productivity tools for our employees and associates across the board.
And you mentioned the importance of partnerships too, and one of your big partnerships is with the NFL. So I want to ask you about that before we have to say goodbye. Obviously, a major consumer anchor with the NFL here. How does having such a massive brand partnership, like arguably the most popular sport in America, act as a moat for customer retention? And what are you seeing in terms of trends?
So NFL's been a great partner. We've grown it very nicely since we took over that partnership. And it's a very engaged partner. As you mentioned, the NFL fans are some of the best in the world. And we have a high degree of engagement with them.
Okay, Oracle, Microsoft. Really ugly day on Microsoft. Very unusual day. We haven't seen a day like this since over here in February and March. Somebody sold a bunch today, almost as much as yesterday was buying. All right, we don't have enough time to take out the high there. Almost half of what we saw on Friday. Okay, I got a feeling there's still buyers here, but somebody wanted out. Looks like somebody wanted out, and that's what we're seeing on Microsoft for now.
With data and the decisions moving markets. Morning Trade Live breaks down the macro moves driving the price action, from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast,
What's up, bud?
always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
SPX long dated 0 DTE call sign.
All right, Adobe seeing a little bit of short covering end of day. Adobe, that's about it. Adobe, not much going on Adobe. Okay, looking for a follow through tomorrow. Look for a little pop tomorrow.
Less time searching and more time.
The final 90 minutes of the trading day, that's when markets make headlines and traders make decisions.
Spider
From marine shocks
long
to
dated
sector rotations,
Nvidia
we're tracking
Pulse.
the catalysts that move markets right into the close. Here on the floor, I bring you real-time sentiment from traders driving the action.
And in Chicago, we break down the data, technicals, and trades you need to see before the bell rings. Live coverage of the close every single day. This is Market on Close.
Zero
live
DTE.
weekdays,
Call
3 p.m. Eastern,
Signs.
only on Schwab Network. Welcome back to Market on Close. Shares of AMD are slightly lower on the day, but earlier Evercore ISI raised its price target to what would be a record high of $579 from $358, keeping an outperform rating. The firm said the main themes it's heard during AI channel check was that AI workloads are shifting from a training-led regime toward an inference-led regime by the end of 2026. That, of course, means it's time for Options Corner. Rick Ducat joining us, our lead market technician, to take a closer look at AMD today. And as I mentioned, I've seen a bit of a downward move. They were a little higher on the day, but significantly off that new price target of $579. Right now, we're trading at
Okay.
change.
Adobe, ExxonMobil continues to move higher. ExxonMobil higher into the close. ExxonMobil higher.
Semiconductor ETF, and that's saying something because these memory names have been really strong lately. Overall names like Micron and Seagate, Western Digital, etc. here. But if we were to think more about what AMD does specifically, they're
Energy.
a bandless CPU, GPU type of computer company here. So Intel, Marvell, Broadcom, NVIDIA, those would be the main competitors in this kind of specialized chip space here. AMD still near the top of the heap here. So second place in teal there, 263% during the past year. So really strong performance anyway you slice it. I couldn't help but notice though, Kathy Wood, the ARC Innovation leader, sold more than 35,000 shares of AMD today. The other for a grand total of about 16.2 million. Kind of interesting. ARC also sold 13,000 shares of AMD on Friday. So at least someone out there perhaps thinking that this run may be.
All right, Exxon looking good.
All right, and as we look at the technicals here with the potential for the run to be overheated, what are you seeing in terms of the technical setup, even with the pullback that we've seen, over the last couple days here?
Yeah, so what we had leading into this decline, we had our earnings gap to the upside, which gave us a pretty
Zero
strong bounce
DTE.
here.
Call
So from there, we have two competing trend lines that you could draw. The longer term trend line starting with those lows that we established in mid-March around 190 or so, 180, 190, around that area.
All right, ExxonMobil starting to cruise higher.
Very sharp push to the upside. From there, we hit our gap to the upside. And then
Okay, T1 looking good. All right, nice day. T1 looking for a close at around 7 would be nice.
Spider Puff. Long
You
day.
also could draw our competing trend line starting with those highs near 469.22, trending lower. So in the shorter term, I think some traders might be wondering if we're seeing a bull flag, bull pennant type of situation developing here. We had our fundamental change, which was the positive earnings. We had a surge to the upside. We had a brief sideways to downward consolidation. That's kind of the recipe for this bull flag, bull pennant type of activity. So then that type of trader would be looking for a break above those initial highs and for that trend to continue on. So if we were to look at our next chart, we can see that our 5-day EMA and dark blue there, our weekly EMA, that was around where we hit our highs so far today. That comes in at
All right, ExxonMobil scooting higher here on volume. ExxonMobil ripping higher on volume.
the next potential stopping point based on our moving averages would be our 21-day exponential moving average in teal. That one comes in around 380.
Okay, there goes ExxonMobil looking good. All right. ExxonMobil running up on volume. Nice, nice.
Initial resistance points that we've established now. Finally, if we were to look at our volume profile study, just zooming in on the past 3 months here to just take into account that very sharp rally, it can be a little too much to make sense of when you have all the old data for volume
profile, the shorter term areas get kind of overwhelmed. So this granular look can help us look at the more important parts on this volume.
All right, nice little rip here in ExxonMobil.
First, you can see we have a node 275 to 290. That's our lower levels there. We can see that obvious spike. Next, right around where we had the beginning of our gap between about 330 to 355, another even larger node. And then the smallest one of the ones that are relevant to our current price activity comes in 410 to 415. So we're kind of within that node still, but we did slip kind of perilously close to the downside there today. Notice as well, finally, the volume spikes that we saw after earnings. We saw heavy trading that was above the 50-day simple moving average of volume by 50% at least, giving us a volume spike. High volume.
Okay, Microsoft's still moving lower. Something's up with Microsoft. Somebody doesn't like something on Microsoft. Getting out.
June 18th expiration comes in at about 16.5% plus or minus. So that's a pretty decent range for only 30 days out. So some substantial volatility potentially on the horizon here in this name. So total options changing hands today about 406,000. So this is a more actively traded name in the market. 58% of those were calls. June 18th being our most active open interest month as well, to about 21% of all the open interest there. One big trade I saw, January 21st, 2028, so more than 600 days out. They bought
Intel.
2 of the 500 strike calls for 122.
All right, so we've got, 10 minutes to go? 10 minutes to go. Futures continue to drift lower.
From AMD to AMT. George Tillis has his eye on American Tower after an upgrade over at Bernstein. He'll break down the call and what you need to know next on Market on Close.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
From the most iconic trading floor in the world, this is Opening Bell with Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. The countdown, the setups, the stories that make markets move. Minute by minute breakdown.
Yeah, software is off today. Maybe it's up tomorrow.
Global movers, just the trades that matter.
Energy definitely has a bid, though. I would definitely have some exposure to energy. What's VIX doing going into close? VIX is still below the 200-day, flat 200-day. Okay, ExxonMobil looking okay. Yeah, I would definitely have some energy.
With American Tower, but they are trading up more than 2.5% today following this upgrade.
Yeah, this is one we rarely talk about. In fact, American Tower Group is one of the 2 leading cell phone tower companies. They actually have about 220,000 different towers that they use, inflation-linked leases to, of course, lease to 5G communications suppliers. T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T primarily, which are the 3 largest in the United States. But they're a company that also has other communications leasing business, and some of the core catalysts that I think maybe Bernstein is looking at is core site data centers is an area that they're starting.
Microsoft's still drifting lower. Microsoft. Let me take a look at Microsoft here. Microsoft. All right, so that almost completely erasing yesterday's price action back down to the 21-day. Unusual price action after 3 days up inside the Bollinger Bands. So we'll take a look at this tomorrow. Adobe, same thing. Adobe had a nice little look to it. Snowflake and ServiceNow, these look pretty good today too to start, and then they just faded. Okay, so here's Snowflake. Here's Microsoft, Workday, Adobe. You see all of these having a little bit of a slow go today. Maybe we'll get something going tomorrow. Okay, Apple turning back up with 6 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Apple turning back up, trying to get back up to the high. Apple, ExxonMobil, having a good day. Exxon, all right, a little profit taking there. Trades on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. I wouldn't be surprised to see the market makers, floor traders, doing this for their own account. Yeah, energy looks good though. Energy looks good. 60-minute energy stocks. All of these are trending. Okay, Apple sitting right on top of the 20 EMA.
Well, a 17% implied move to the upside with this price target and that upgrade. George, really appreciate you helping us take a closer look at American Tower Corporation, trading up 2 3/4% higher today at 182.12. Right now, that was George Tillis. Thanks again to George. And we're nearing the end of our market section. That means Kevin Green is going
Apple trying to push a bit more. Apple trying to push more. Coming off the low here. Apple.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Kick off the morning with the data and the decisions moving markets. Morning Trade Live breaks down the macro moves driving the price action, from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast, and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Hey, Bob. Hey, Andrew. Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that
All right, Apple.
forced our family be vulnerable.
All right, so Adobe looks like a little bit of short covering in a day. Adobe, Apple turning up. Adobe coming off the low. Looks like it's going to try to close green on the day. Adobe. Adobe trying to turn back up. Trying to go green on the day. Adobe.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals. You can spend less time searching and more time.
Okay, so shorts covering. Netflix seeing a little bit of that too. Netflix seeing a little bit of short covering as well. Okay. Short covering end of day, starting to turn back up. Okay, so these people are covering their shorts. Apple turning back up. Apple turning up. Apple turning up. Okay, so it's green on the day. Apple.
We have been pulling back ever since, and that's really on the back of the S&P 500 equal weight, seeing a little bit of distribution on an intraday basis, as well as Nvidia. If you look at Nvidia right now, it's actually dropped about $3 in the last, let's say, 30 minutes or so, 20, 30 minutes or so. So we did have kind of this maybe short covering rally on an intraday basis, but now we're getting closer to the lows.
Apple.
73, 60 level, this kind of area of potential support. And it tried to hold, but we obviously got through it. Looks like we're kind of testing it right now. Going into the close, 73.50 is going to be the key area of focus. You can see how we had this consolidation to start the day, about a 20-point range or so. Then we saw a nice breakout to the upside, got very close to 7,400, which is where we saw the majority of the calls being traded today. That's pretty much been kicked in, let's say, last 2 or 3 hours or so, over 100,000 contracts being traded. And then we've been in this kind of we turned into a flag pattern into more of a descending type of channel here, especially on a megaphone pattern. So
Nice little pop there. Netflix also seeing a similar pop off the low. There goes Apple. There goes Apple. Apple on the move here. ExxonMobil just came back down. Apple turning back up. All right, Apple turning up at the last minute.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, and I know you've got a stocks chart for us too, as well. Of course, in advance of NVIDIA, we are seeing some pressure. NVIDIA was mostly unchanged on the day. Now it's moved almost 1% lower. As I'm just looking at the big board here, they were pretty much at unchanged.
NVIDIA dropped off a little bit.
What are you seeing in terms of
Amazon back up. Google also dropped off. Okay, looking for a better day tomorrow. Coming into the closing bell, we've got 50 seconds to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from closingprint.com. It is Tuesday, May the 19th. We got seconds to go here, 40 seconds to go. All right, got a little short covering on Apple. Turning back up, Apple. Okay, T1 Energy, trying to close back up a little higher. SPY, NYMO is at minus 48. SPY. All right, so we'll see how this turns out for tomorrow. Google. And that's a close. All right, folks. Have a great evening. Take care. It is the closing bell. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Ciao. Have a good evening.